By late November, winter had settled over the castle grounds with a quiet dominance. What was once a vivid sea of autumn hues was now blanketed in white, the landscape stripped of color and detail. It was as if the world had become a blank canvas, awaiting some unseen artist to paint life back into it. Not that I minded. The cold had never really bothered me. Even as a child, while others bundled themselves in layers, I always felt curiously immune to the biting chill. I asked Drac about it once, wondering why the cold didn't touch me like it did others. He explained, in his usual cryptic manner, that it was a side effect of his influence, a passive ability of sorts. His powers allowed him to devour and assimilate traits, knowledge, and even bloodline talents into his host. Apparently, that extended to elemental resistance too. He didn't elaborate much. Drac never does. He always gives me fragments, never the full picture. It's like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. Maddening. Shaking the thought away, I made my way to Transfiguration class, settling into the front row next to Hermione as always. We'd been doing well lately, so well that even Professor McGonagall offered praise. Rare from her. Rarer still when directed at me. That day, she made an observation that stuck with me. She pointed out the difference in how Hermione and I approached Transfiguration. Hermione excelled with formulas and calculations, her magic grounded in logic and precision. Mine, by contrast, leaned heavily into visualization and imagination. McGonagall said I was more akin to Dumbledore in that regard, while Hermione mirrored her own methodical style. According to her, only about 20% of my transfiguration relied on theory. The rest came from sheer will, image, and creative force. She suggested this made me naturally inclined toward elemental magic, where visualization is everything. Drac later confirmed her theory. Because he had bonded with me at such an early age before my body had matured, I'd developed a heightened affinity for elemental magic. A rare trait, and one that wouldn't occur if the bond had formed later in life. It made sense and was surprisingly comforting. For once, my strange nature had an explanation that didn't feel like a curse. Drac was a mystery wrapped in an enigma, hidden inside a sarcastic voice in my head. He spent most of his time rummaging through my memories for entertainment, watching old gaming sessions or replaying my past life moments like some bored god with Netflix access. Still, despite his silence, he occasionally offered real guidance like a sharp-tongued, overpowered parental figure. Days passed in a steady rhythm, classes, library visits, and long hours spent practicing magic, especially defensive spells like Pratico. I'd been teaching Hermione how to master it. She was getting better, but I had a strange knack for it. It wasn't just about repetition. I felt like I was absorbing knowledge directly from others, almost like copying the way they cast it and storing that instinct in myself. It wasn't legilimency. I knew that much. Curious, I asked Drac. He explained that his devouring power affected more than just the physical. It seeped into the spiritual as well, and that this absorption of knowledge was part of that effect. As long as no harm came to the source, he said, it was harmless. That gave me an idea. Drac, I asked one day, if I used your devouring power on the Horcrux in the Chamber of Secrets, could I absorb Tom Riddle's magical knowledge from the diary? His reply was immediate. It's possible, but you'd also ingest the diary's dark influence. It would corrupt you, twisting your personality into something between yours and the riddle trapped inside. That shook me. I hadn't considered side effects. If the price was my soul, it wasn't worth it. I wasn't keen on following Voldemort down the same road that ultimately led to his downfall. Splitting the soul didn't make him immortal, it made him less than he was. If he had kept his soul intact, he might have stood a real chance against Dumbledore. Immortality, it's a strange concept. The idea sounds appealing: unlimited time, endless growth, but at what cost? Without an end, life loses urgency. Purpose fades. You gain time but lose meaning. Death, in its finality, is what makes life precious. It reminded me of something Neil deGrasse Tyson once said in an interview about mortality and meaning. Funny how even after death, his words still resonated with me. He'd probably lose his mind if he knew my story. I chuckled at the thought while walking through the grand corridor, my steps echoing with those of other students. There has to be a way to avoid the side effects, right? I asked aloud, hopeful. There is, Drac replied. You need to increase your control over my power. That's why I told you to inform the knights about Hawaii. That mission will test and strengthen your control. I've planned for contingencies like this. You just need to grow faster. Voldemort is weak, yes, but still dangerous. After the Hawaii trip, you should be able to absorb the diary's knowledge without suffering from its corruption. Then we can target the other Horcruxes like the diadem of Ravenclaw in the Room of Requirement. He paused. I'm not sure how powerful the Horcrux inside the diadem is, though. That part is just conjecture. I stood there, stunned by how far ahead he'd planned. I'd underestimated him. Then again, when you've got nothing but time, planning might be all you have. As we walked on, I began listing all the magical relics and beings I might be able to absorb knowledge from, each one a stepping stone. And Drac, my mysterious companion, confirmed it all. For the first time, I truly felt the scope of the path ahead. A long road, full of peril and potential. The first week of December had come and gone, and with it came a familiar chill that crept through the stone walls of Hogwarts. The castle had begun to take on a festive air. Green garlands wound through banisters, enchanted candles flickered with a golden glow, and the scent of pine occasionally drifted in from the great hall. That morning, Professor McGonagall made her rounds to each common room, distributing forms for those wishing to stay over the Christmas holidays. Hermione and I sat by the fire, forms in hand, the crackling flames casting dancing shadows on the parchment. Are you going home? I asked, glancing up from my sheet. Hermione stared at hers, a contemplative look in her eyes. I'm not sure, she said softly. I've never been away from my parents this long before. I nodded, then answered her own question before she could ask. I'm staying. More time here means more time to study magic. Besides, what would I even do at home? Sit around, make small talk, pretend I'm not counting the minutes until I can return? I added, the latter half serving as an excuse. I couldn't exactly explain that I had plans to visit the Mirror of Eyes hidden deep within the castle. She looked up at me, considering. You've got a point. And I'll have 9 weeks with them once the school year ends. I suppose there's no rush. I'll stay too, she said, offering a small smile. You've got company now. It was a subtle but meaningful shift from the original timeline, a divergence from the story I remembered. A part of me was curious what she would see in the mirror. The books never showed us that. Harry saw his parents, Ron saw status, and glory, shallow, maybe, but still deeply personal. And what would I see? The thought was both intriguing and unsettling. But that would have to wait at least another week or two. Having made our decision, we filled out our forms and handed them back to Professor McGonagall before heading down to the Great Hall for breakfast. It was the usual fare: eggs, toast, and a mug of rich, steaming coffee. Hogwarts never failed to impress when it came to food. That day's classes were a blur of potions and charms in the morning, followed by herbology in the greenhouse during the chilled afternoon. The snow outside continued to fall in slow, lazy flurries. Dinner that evening was as extravagant as ever. The long tables groaned under the weight of roast chicken, pork, beef, an array of sauces, fresh bread, and unfortunately for me, lamb. I could never stand the stuff. But, of course, the serene atmosphere was soon tarnished by Ron's lack of table manners. Hermione wrinkled her nose and leaned closer to me. You'd think, being from such a well-known family, he'd have at least some idea how to use a fork properly. Her words stirred a memory I'd long buried. Ron had grown up in a household of chaos, constantly on the receiving end of his older brother's pranks. No wonder he ate like someone trying to defend his meal from being hacked away. That thought softened my irritation. For Ron, Hogwarts might have been one of the few places where he wasn't the butt of every joke, though you wouldn't know it by looking at him now. Overhead, the enchanted ceiling showed a starlit sky, deep and infinite. It still amazed me. No matter how many times I saw it, it always felt like dining in the open air under the night. Once Hermione finished eating, she motioned for us to leave, and we made our way to our last class of the day, spell theory. No wands, no flashy lights, just pure analysis. Some students found it dull, but I thought it was essential. Like any science, magic required a solid foundation. Skipping steps meant risking misfires, and those could range from harmless sparks to catastrophic backfires. It was during these lessons that I felt the true value of Drax's influence. While Hermione struggled to master the Pratico charm, I had already become proficient. Not through talent alone, but through memory. You see, I had assimilated the memories of someone who had already learned it. Their experience, their instinctive gestures, even their intent, it all flowed through me like muscle memory. I didn't need to think, I knew. Drac explained that this ability only allowed me to match the level of the one I absorbed knowledge from. Any growth beyond that point was entirely up to me. Still, it was a head start, and a powerful one at that. Fortunately, the person I drew from had a solid foundation to begin with. After class, we returned to the common room. Hermione and I sank back into the couch where we had started the day, fire flickering nearby as we talked about anything and everything. It was a rare moment of peace, and one I appreciated more than I let on. And just like that, another week passed at Hogwarts.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Christmas was fast approaching. It was now the 15th, and the students that had decided to go home were starting to pack up. The holidays would span from the 17th of December to the 4th of January, which was a decent break, to say the least. The snow continued to pile up on the castle grounds, which added to the festive spirit that was starting to roam around. Hermione was happily reading her book on the couch as I walked down the stairs from my room. Classes would end today, which was a relief since we had been studying heavily and a good break was needed. It would give us time to implement a couple of our ideas, such as the physique-enhancing potion, the Mirror of Erised, and training new spells, charms, and jinxes. We headed down towards the great hall where breakfast was being served. It was boisterous and busy as students talked to their friends, walked around heading in different directions. It reminded me of a busy ant colony. Sitting down and eating our breakfast, the owls came flying in as normally seen every day. I saw Arya, who seemed to be carrying the newspaper and a letter, which was probably the knights telling me all about what was happening. As the letter dropped, I saw Arya land on Hermione's shoulder, which pissed me off. What a traitorous bird. I didn't know whether to be happy or sad about it. Arya was annoying, but I did get attached to her, so it was a tug of war to see which side would win. Shaking the useless thoughts out of my head, I opened the letter to find the contents to be exactly what I had guessed. Not that I minded, since I liked to see what the world was up to while I immersed myself in a different one. It kept me grounded, constantly reminding me that there is another world out there. Hermione seemed to get a letter herself and a book which, after taking a look at, was about exercise, gymnastics, and other things which would be good for her physical exercise. My breakfast consisted of toast, eggs, a latte, and a banana afterwards. Hermione wouldn't stop looking at me like a weirdo for eating that combination, but I don't care. To me, it was a good transition of foods that gave me a good source of energy to get me through the day. We had potions first period, which I had grown to hate since Professor Snape killed any semblance of a good mood I carried in the morning. Don't get me wrong, it was still fun to see Harry and Ron getting bullied consistently, but his attitude towards us didn't change. I sometimes wondered how big the stick up his ass was. He did piss me off with his useless comments again, but I managed to keep my snarky remarks to myself as long as he didn't go over the line. The fucker was a sour fruit to the core. I swear he's secretly a transfigured lemon. Sadly, my lack of attention ruined my potion, which lost me 5 points, but I didn't really care. I had lost most of my interest in potions. The teaching method just didn't resonate with me, but Hermione didn't cease to successfully complete all the potions, which got back the points I lost. She gave me an angered look before smiling victoriously. I didn't really care. She can have the petty victory. I just want to shove my foot in Snape's mouth to shut him the fuck up. Do it, you wouldn't, said Drax spontaneously. His remark made me jump before I burst into a laugh. Naturally, what followed was a slap on the back of the head by a book Snape was holding. Drac, you're not helping, I thought, trying to hold in my chuckle before doing my potion again, this time doing it successfully. I walked out of the classroom with Hermione in tow before heading to Charms, where we did more theory and chilled while hearing Professor Flitwick's stories. It was a relaxing and productive class. In the afternoon we had herbology before dinner in the Great Hall. Afterwards, there was astrology class at midnight, which busted my balls. I was already in a sour mood from potions, and now I had to cut my sleeping time short due to this shitty class. I pretty much stopped paying attention halfway and just fell asleep. It was a completely useless subject I will never use. Unlike those dumbass Centaurs, I don't trust the stars to guide my fate. I make my own. But there is some truth to their words, since they did predict the death of Harry in the forest, even if they got the year wrong. I was awakened by Hermione just in time, as the teacher was walking towards our side of the class. It was funny, since I could theoretically sleep all class and still be at the top mark-wise due to the exam being based on the textbook. Stupid class, if you ask me. We headed towards our rooms, and I fell asleep again almost immediately. Like that, another week passed by, and it was now the middle of the Christmas holidays. Christmas was tomorrow, and Hermione and I decided to write to our parents in order to wish them a happy holiday. I feel like I should gift them something, said Hermione in contemplation. Give them candy, I'm sure they'll like it a lot, I answered simply. Tom, are you dumb? My dad hates candy, he's a big no-sugar guy, she said, looking at me oddly. The question is not whether I'm dumb, it's whether you are, I said with a grin. I stopped her by putting a finger over my mouth to signal her to be quiet. Did you forget that candy here is made with magic? No sugar is used, I said while rolling my eyes at her. We went over the same topic on Halloween, I sighed and face-bombed. Right, we did too, but where will I get some? She asked. I have a solution, come with me. I beckoned for her to follow me. We arrived in front of the Weasley twins under the confused gaze of Hermione, who followed right behind me. Hello, gentlemen, I announced to the two. They both turned around in sync before staring at each other. What can we do for you? They said as the one on the left finished the sentence for the one on the right. I swear they are the same person. I was wondering if you can get me this list of candies, I said, handing them a list. They looked at it and nodded before going into their rooms. They came back a while later and handed us the candies. I paid for them before leaving. I didn't know that they sold candies and other stuff. I thought they only pranked the other students with their failed products, said Hermione with a surprised expression as she looked at the candies with suspicion. Don't be so surprised, they sell a lot more than that. We need to get the materials for the potion we're taking later on from them as well, I added right after she finished speaking. They can get us the materials? She asked skeptically. I guess she had little faith in the duo. I simply nodded. They are able to smuggle anything and everything in and out of the school for the right price, I commented as we walked back to the tables and finished the final touches on our letters before sending them to our parents. Soon Christmas Day rolled around, and early in the morning, I could hear Harry and Ron opening packages when no one was around. It was funny to see. Most students had already left back to their homes to spend time with their families. Only a few remained. Harry got his signature invisibility cloak, which would help him get to the mirror or air-ized. Ron soon spotted me coming down the stairs in my tracksuit. I could see him sporting an annoyed look. "You don't even leave for the holidays, you're such nerds," he commented. I walked up to him silently and stood a ruler's length away. "Well, Mr. Weasley, this nerd can break your bones over his knee at any given time. Say the word." "I'm itching to do so," I said savagely. Ron's face visible paled as he took several steps backwards. "What's wrong? Cat, got your tongue? If you don't have the strength to back up your words, then don't speak them at all," I said before walking out of the common room where Hermione was waiting. "Did you have to say all that?" she asked, turning her head towards me as she leaned on the wall. "I don't feel like hearing that first thing in the morning, so a little lesson will teach him to shut up. It's not like I touched him, otherwise he would squeal like a little rat," I said while shrugging my shoulders. "As long as it doesn't go too far, I don't want you getting in trouble," she said sternly. "Yes, Professor Granger," I said teasingly. Hermione giggled before standing up straight and walking beside me as we head towards the castle grounds for our run. During said run I found it refreshing. The cold air splashing over my face woke whatever drowsiness remained inside of me. It seemed to also work for Hermione as she was shivering like a wet cat on snow. It made me laugh, which resulted in a massive snowball blasting me to the ground. I was caught completely off guard, and when I realized what hit me, I grinned evilly. "Bad choice, little girl," I said before waving my wand and forming 5 big snowballs that hovered in midair close to me. Hermione's pale face paled further as her smile disappeared and, in its place, a pitiful expression appeared. "That face won't work. You start." I couldn't finish before another snowball hit me in the face, which caused me to fall to the ground. The snow I was levitating fell due to my lapse in concentration and also landed on me, burying me underneath. I could hear Hermione's laugh through the snow, which started to piss me off. The snow started to melt as the heat rose. It turned into water, which soaked my clothes before turning into steam as my hands turned bright red. I walked out of the snow nice and dry, which stunned Hermione. "Was that a spell?" she asked. I had to nod. It was too early to tell her about my secrets. I had gotten much better at controlling Drax's power, and with it came the ability to heat up my body and create flames from my hands. I haven't tested how big or how destructive it is, since there isn't a safe place to do so. The forest is the worst place. The last thing I need is to burn it down. Shaking away the thoughts, I levitated another 5 snowballs before sending them speeding towards Hermione. I didn't wait this time, and they pelted her like a submachine gun. She fell on her ass with a thud which triggered my laughter. I honestly regret it, as she sent another one which landed in my mouth, effectively shutting me up. I clenched my jaw shut as heat evaporated the snow. I controlled a massive amount of snow before dropping it on Hermione. I laughed for a solid 2 minutes before realizing that she hadn't appeared. Is my luck so bad that I buried my friend in the snow? I asked myself as I started to panic. I sprinted toward the mound before spreading flames all over the pile. Soon a massive snowball sent me flying. My legs ended up in the air as my head was buried completely in the snow. I could hear her laughing. "I got you. You're so gullible," she commented between bursts of laughter. "Fuck, I should have left you there to suffocate." I pulled myself out to see her shivering intensely. She had stopped laughing a little while ago. I sighed heavily before flicking her forehead and taking off my jacket, which I had heated slightly using my ability, and draping it over her shoulders before walking away. "Come on, enough playing, let's get you inside before you turn into a popsicle," I said with a chuckle. Hermione stared at Tom's back as she grabbed onto his jacket that covered her tightly. It was incredibly warm and comfortable. A slightly pink hue covered her cheeks as a soft smile graced her face. She chased after his withdrawing figure. "Hey, wait for me." The Christmas holidays continued, and I paid heavy attention to Harry during the nights that followed, since the little guy would run off to the Mirror of Erised one of these days. During the day I would exercise with Hermione, eat and study in the library before sitting on the cozy couch next to the fire and talk about trivial things. These days were a welcome change, and even Hermione found it very pleasant, which was surprising since the nerd loved to study. On one fateful night, Harry decided to have a midnight stroll. I had put a tracking spell on him every night just in case, and as soon as I realized that he was missing from bed, I went after him. I had been practicing a bunch of concealing spells so that I wouldn't be detected just for this little mission of mine. As I followed the marker that only I could see, I soon arrived at a door that had a dilapidated look. Wood that seemed as old as the castle itself, metal reinforcements running across horizontally. It looked like a dungeon door, heavy and definitely hiding something. As I opened the door silently, I saw Harry staring at the mirror, which looked blank to me. Naturally, I knew what he was seeing since I had read the books and watched the films. I felt sad for the boy. After all, we shared the same fate. I sat in the corner under the concealment spell and watched as Harry went through the full range of emotions capable in a human being. From curiosity to happiness, to confusion to sadness, and finally disillusionment. After seeing him place his hand on his shoulder, I knew it was almost over, as he simply stood there dumbly for a few minutes before sighing with emotion and walking out after putting the cloak of invisibility over himself again. Dumbledore, being the old fucker that he is, was probably hoping that Harry would come here since he gave him the cloak after all. I do have to commend the old goat. He played the hand masterfully during the first year, completely manipulating Harry every step of the way like a puppet on strings. Even being able to play Voldemort like a child was very impressive. Shaking my head, I made sure that Harry was gone before revealing myself in front of the mirror. I would be lying if I said I wasn't anxious. I didn't know what I would see. As I gazed at the mirror intensely, I saw figures start to form. It was hazy at first before making itself clear, but things would be added continuously and sometimes removed like it couldn't quite make its mind up. There was only one constant: Theo, my brother, smiling dumbly, Nina, my mother, giving me the same loving gaze she always had, and Lance, my father, with the same stern and cold face. His eyes were a giveaway, as he had the soft, warm look on his face that revealed the love for his son. My chest tightened as the pain from all those years ago flooded out once again like water out of a broken dam. My vision turned hazy and murky as I fell to my knees. The echoes of my crying could be heard throughout the room. I really envied Harry, I really did. The boy didn't have to experience seeing his parents die. Sure, he still felt pain, but nowhere near comparable to what I felt. The part of me that I tried so hard to bury crawled out from the depths of my psyche. The part of me that felt hollow, like something was missing, presented itself like a badge of fucking honor, a trophy to take pride in making itself known and visible to everyone. I clutched my chest as I had a hard time breathing. "Kid, was it worth it to come here? Why relive the pain?" he asked as confusion revealed itself through his tone. I lifted my head up and looked at the mirror again to see their faces. Because I need to sear their faces into my memory, to remind myself of my goal. I have been happily enjoying my time for the past decade that their faces started to fade. How dare I forget them and their scareface, I yelled as tears streamed down my cheeks. "I see," he said softly. "I have been living a happy life I do not deserve to live. a life given to me at the cost of my family. This life is one meant for revenge. I cannot live a happy life if I do not take it, on Voldemort and on the Ministry of Magic. They shall both burn under my fire, I said viciously. Would your parents want you to go down, th? Don't give me that shit, Drac. My father said those words in order to prevent me from living a life full of hate and sadness, but he didn't take into account that I was conscious, that I craved a family only for it to be stripped away from me in front of my very own eyes. I must fulfill the goal I set, no matter the cost, I said adamantly. Maybe you're right, but is it worth giving them up? Giving her up? He said. I lifted my head to stare at my family and at the ever-changing image where 3 new faces would come and go, never constant. I was silent for a while. You can't live in the past, Tom. I understand your pain, and I will help you unleash wrath upon those who are deserving, but you must think about those you care about. Those around you, those who are living, he counseled. I should push them away. I can't of people I care about, Drac. It will be a weakness I can't afford to have on my quest, I said hesitantly. They will be hurt, tortured, and maybe even killed by those who oppose me or wish to do me harm, I continued. There will always be that possibility, Tom, no matter what. If it's not them, then it will be me. There is always a way to hurt you. The answer is not to push those you care about away, but to bring them closer to yourself. To use them as your tether to keep you from doing something you will regret, to keep you. If you go down this path alone, you will end up destroying yourself in your quest, and what will be the point of their sacrifice if you ended up losing yourself? He said calmly. I thought about his words for a long time as I stared at the mirror. Would I be myself if I went down this road alone? I don't doubt I would succeed in my goal if I did so. But would I be successful in making my parents proud if I accomplished it alone? Would I have become the man they wanted? The question plagued me as I stared at the mirror. No, it wouldn't. I would end up being a shadow myself, not a man, not a human, but a mere husk, hollow and empty. I cannot allow myself to end up in ruin, but I cannot give up my goal. Is there a middle ground? I asked. Drac answered as if he heard my thoughts in their entirety. There is, child. You have been granted a second life for one reason or another. You have been put through this pain for one reason or another, and you will be tested for one reason or another. This must all happen for a reason. I believe that the choices you make will define whether you successfully avenge your parents or outright disappointed them. I will do my best to guide you down the best path, but ultimately it is up to you to choose. Use the need to protect your loved ones as fuel to motivate your growth, to push you to greater heights. This will work much better than tackling it alone, he concluded. I contemplated his words carefully before nodding in the end. I saw the mirror solidify as if it had finally come to a decision. Nina, Lance, Theo, Luke, Diana, and Hermione appeared in the mirror. In the background, a reformed Ministry of Magic, the death of Voldemort, and me, happily smiling. I seem to have found my deepest desire. As Tom walked out of the room after reconciling himself, an old man appeared in the room seemingly out of nowhere. His burgundy-colored robes, silver hair, and a beard that reached his stomach with bells decorated in it. He stared at the mirror and then at the door from which Tom exited. Very interesting. I wonder whether his goal will bring about a good change or a bad change to the wizarding world, he said with a pensive look. And who was he talking to? He wondered as he stood in front of the mirror. He smiled at what he saw before turning away. I don't think he will affect my plans. In any case, the boy is but a child. It will be up to fate to decide whether he accomplishes his goals or not, he said with a shrug and a chuckle as he stroked his beard before disappearing. Drac, who was inside of Tom, laughed to himself. Old man, you think I don't know you were observing? He mumbled to himself with a playful grin. He didn't mention it to Tom since it didn't benefit to do so. Plus, having Dumbledore take an interest in Tom will facilitate their plan. He stared through Tom's eyes as he walked out to the courtyard and looked up at the round moon. As I sat on the cold stone bench in the open courtyard under the silvery moon, I simply enjoyed the wind on my face. "Kid, what are your plans for the next couple of weeks?" Drac asked. "Well, I plan to take Hermione here since she will be interested in this mirror, then I will get the ingredients for the physique potion. After that, I'll focus on practicing spells and mastering the Protego spells to a good degree for when I meet Professor Quirrel at the end of the year," I said as I set my goals in order. "Why would we need to face Voldemort? Isn't that Potter kid enough?" he asked curiously. "Well, you would be right, but why would I give up teasing the fucker as he misses his chance to revive? Plus, I don't know how much of an effect Hermione's absence has had on the duo and their abilities. So better safe than sorry," I answered. "But if all of this is Dumbledore's little game, then wouldn't he step in if there was a problem?" he asked rationally. "You would be right. If that is the case, then there would most certainly be no need to go and help him, but that is not my main purpose. Sure, teasing a dying Voldemort is fun and all, but the main purpose is to use helping Harry survive as a chip to get some benefits from Dumbledore," I said with a grin. "Ah, I get it. Since he is probably going to reward you, then instead of points you get something else, but what would we need that would help you?" he asked. "Well, simple, access to the restricted section in the library. The only other way would be to grovel and act like a teacher's pet next year and get a pass, and even then 99% of the teachers would not let a second-year student go there, so the only other option would be sucking up to Lockhart, and I can't stoop that low," I said as I shivered just thinking about it. Acting like a Lockhart fan would probably decrease my IQ severely. "Oh, interesting, I guess that could work, but it may be a stretch to ask for that much, and Hermione would probably crucify you if she found out you went without her," he said with a chuckle. I shivered even more intensely at the thought. That girl was vicious. "Why do you care about her?" I asked. "Just making sure you can walk out of the school in one piece," he said as he burst out laughing. "TCH. I can't disagree, it would be a massive bother to have to regurgitate all I learned to her." I shook my head to stave away the incoming headache just from the thought. "I'll see if I can steal the stone and give it back to him in exchange for the passes. I have no use for the stone anyway. Having to drink that potion daily with the guarantee of death if I didn't drink it once, no thanks. I am 80% confident that Harry would be severely hurt or even die from the encounter. Dumbledore, being the irresponsible headmaster that he is, will not take into account Harry's incompetence and will reward me for covering that oversight," I said with an evil grin. "You know, you are no better than the old man, you scheming little shit," he said with a laugh. "You're one to talk. All you do is sit on your ass and think of schemes. You have no right to judge," I said indignantly. There was silence for a bit before we both burst into a laughter. "Who's there?" a raspy old voice yelled, which cut our laugh off. I started to sweat as I looked at the crazy old bat flick. Fuck, I quickly took out my wand and cast the concealing spells before running inside. I kicked Flitch's cat on the way, which sent it flying. I had such a hard time holding in a laugh. That stupid cat was the worst existence in the castle. I could hear Flick panicking as he chased after his cat. I took advantage of the gap and ran through before heading back to my room and going to sleep. I giggled for a good 5 minutes before calming down. The next day was spent just like it usually would: run in the morning, exercise right afterwards, shower, and then head to the library. The afternoon would be spent training our spells and going over the theory for them before sitting down on the couch for a while before heading off to bed. "Hermione, don't go to bed yet. There's something I want to show you that I know you'll like," I said, sounding like someone trying to advertise cheap knockoffs at the market. She stopped just as she was about to get up and head to bed and turned to look at me curiously. "Here, Stand up and let me cast a spell before we go, I stood up and said, pointing to the ground in front of me. Hermione seemed confused but got up and stood where I pointed. I looked around to make sure no one was around before casting the concealing spell on her. I heard her gasp in surprise. "When did you learn such a spell, Tom?" she asked happily. "I learned it the other day, and before you start annoying me, I'll teach it to you later, so don't ask," I said before she could speak. I seemed to have guessed it as I heard her choke on her words before feeling pain on my shin. I grimaced as I held my shin while glaring at where Hermione was supposed to be. "Take my hand, otherwise I won't be able to guide you," I said, extending out my hand in front of me. A few moments later I felt a soft, supple hand in mine as it gently squeezed. I nodded and used the same spell on myself before walking out of the common room while holding Hermione's hand. "Where are we going, Tom?" she asked with a hint of shyness in her tone. "Don't talk too much until we arrive, otherwise we risk the chance of getting caught." "Oh wait, never mind," I corrected myself as I cast the muffliato spell to muffle our voices. "Okay, now we can talk. We are getting close now, don't worry," I said as I turned the corner to see Mr. Flitch's cat right there. I could feel Hermione's hand tighten around mine for a second before softening. "Fuck, you stupid cat," I mumbled before walking by the cat that stared into space like it was in a trance. In my past life, there were many speculations about whether Mrs. Norris was actually a human who suffered from the blood maledictus curse. I knew that Nagini was actually a woman who suffered from it, and that it eventually makes the person who has it turn into an animal. They would slowly lose control over it and eventually become said animal forever. I speculate that Nagini should have met Voldemort in the forest soon after his death while he was in his bodiless form. Nagini being alone for so long and Voldemort having no one to talk to probably found solace in each other. After all, Voldemort is a Parselmouth, which meant that Nagini, who couldn't talk to anyone, finally found someone who could. The reason many speculated that Mrs. Norris was a former human was due to her abnormally high intelligence. It was never specified, and it's not really important since either way she's an annoying little shit. Shaking my head, I led Hermione forward and soon arrived at the same door I was at yesterday. It wasn't locked since Harry would visit later. Dumbledore can't have it locked since the useless kid wouldn't be able to open it. I chuckled at the thought. I pushed the door open and walked in before closing it again after making sure that Hermione was inside. I soon undid my concealment spell and stood by one corner before undoing Hermione's one as well. "What is this place, Tom? I don't see anything interesting here," she said with a trace of disappointment. I dismissed her comment and walked towards the covered mirror before taking off the material that covered it. "What is that?" she asked curiously as she walked forward. "Erased straw eru oit ub kafru oit on wosi," she said slowly and with difficulty. "What does this mean?" she asked as she continued to stare at the letters. "Read it backwards. The message says, 'I show you not your face but your heart's desire,'" I said with a smile. Hermione looked at me in surprise before turning towards the mirror with intense curiosity in her eyes. I smiled at the sight before putting my hands on her shoulders and directing her to stand in front of the mirror. "The mirror will show you what you most desire, but don't lose yourself in it. After all, it is only an illusion," I said with a clear trace of melancholy. Hermione nodded before continuing to stare. Her face soon changed. She had a smile at first before it got wider, and finally, a bright red hue appeared on her face. Noticing the change, I couldn't help but think about what she could be seeing. "Poor kid, you don't know, do you?" Drax said out of nowhere. "What do you mean? What don't I know?" I asked in my head. "Huh. As if I'm going to tell you. This is like watching a poorly made film," he said with a sigh. "I didn't get it. What the hell is this fool spewing?" I decided to stop thinking about it and looked over towards Hermione again and noticed that she looked at me from time to time before stepping out of the mirror's way. Well, what did you see? Tell me, I'm curious, I asked expectantly. I saw my family, friends, a happy and joyful world end. And what? I asked. A cat, she said, smiling happily. Was it that difficult for you to spit out that you saw a cat? I asked skeptically. Oh, if there is a god out there, please kill me now, end this poor dragon's suffering. Drac yelled like a weirdo. What are you saying, you crazy old dragon? Did you finally go senile? I asked with irritation. The old goat was screaming random shit out of nowhere. Oh, how I pity your blindness, young man, my oh my, he said. I swear I could hear the disappointment in his voice. We spent the next 30 minutes in the room before deciding that it was enough. I cast the concealment spell again and headed back to the common room before releasing it and going to bed. I still couldn't figure out what Drac meant until I was already in bed. I got it, I yelled, which woke up everyone in the room. Shut up, Tom. Some of us need to sleep, said Harry, who didn't seem the faintest bit sleepy. I only smiled knowingly before lying back down. Drac, you don't think that Hermione likes me, do you? I asked in my head. Tid, for someone who has lived 2 lives, your EQ is suspiciously low, he said with a laugh. TCH, what do you expect from me? I died when I was 16, I didn't even live my life, I was a shut-in, girls didn't really take a fancy to me, what do you take me for? A Casanova? I asked indignantly. Ah, you're right. Why did I expect better from you? He said, seemingly asking himself this question. I don't know whether to take that as an insult or not, I smiled depreciatingly. Relax, as for your question, I guess you could say it is a budding crush of sorts. After all, you are the smartest and one of the most good-looking male students in your year level, so it would be no surprise. Plus Hermione hasn't talked much with anyone except you, so I don't find it shocking, he said. I guess you're right, thanks for the compliments. Wait, this is the first time in my life you've complimented me, I screamed in my head. This is a big event, I should celebrate, I teased. TCH, kid, rein it in, okay? I don't want you to have an overinflated ego at such an early age. You're already annoying as it is. There's no need for another Draco running around, he said with annoyance. I mean, you're not completely wrong, but I don't think I would get that bad, I said seriously as I thought about my personality. I digress. Back to the main topic at hand. Hermione liking me isn't that much of a shock, but we are still kids. I think I'll wait a couple of years before trying anything. After all, we are only 11 and 12-year-olds right now, I thought. Correct. Plus the girl affects you in a positive way. As for whether you decided to develop and reciprocate these feelings, that will be up to you, he said flatly. Well, I don't have feelings for her yet, and it will take time to find out if they appear, but I do agree with you on your first point. She does bring a bit of color into my life, I said as I smiled. You're a funny kid, Tom. Make sure to enjoy your remaining calm years. They will be getting hectic soon. The first 2, maybe even 3 years will be a walk in the park for us, but starting from the 4th year, things will begin to get complicated. You need to make sure you're strong enough, he said sternly. I agree. The first year is just a puppet show produced and directed by Dumbledore. The second year gets out of hand, but it's still a joke. I'll practice transfiguring non-living objects into living ones for the basilisk. A rooster should be enough to kill it without problems. Young Tom Riddle is a conceited little shit, so he isn't a problem. As for the 3rd year, it will be incredibly simple. There is a lot to do between the 2nd year holidays and the end 3rd year. Our plans will start to take off after that, I said in contemplation. Correct, there is much to do in that time span. Sirius Black will be key to continuing with our plan. As for the basilisk, it will just serve as a soup ingredient. Tom Riddle will be devoured. Extorting Dumbledore will be a breeze if everything goes according to plan. The only thing left to do until then is make sure that you are strong enough. There is a person you will need to meet if you want to stand in the way of Voldemort, Drac said mysteriously. Who am I meeting? And why? I asked. This person you will need to meet is a key factor in giving you the knowledge necessary to stand in the big leagues, but he is powerful, and if you're not strong enough, we might be killed instead. Luckily, he is. Let's just say that he's been out of commission for a long time, he said. I nodded silently. I had no clue who it would be, but it must be someone incredibly strong for Drac to praise them. As for the out of commission part, it must mean that he is either weakened or can't fight back at full strength, which allows Drac to make him an option. Either way, it will be worth doing if it increases my strength. When would we be setting out to meet this person? I asked. At the end of your 3rd year at Hogwarts, you should be strong enough to unleash almost if not all of my Stage 2 power. If that is the case, that person will no longer pose much of a threat. But you must train harder. When we are in Hawaii especially, the longer you able to hold on when in the trial, the stronger you'll be afterwards. Trial? What trial? I asked quickly. He never said anything about a trial before. Don't worry about it. There is a trial every dragon wielder must go through to unlock more of the dragon's power. In my case, I set a trial that involves immense pain and mental torture. The longer you last, the stronger you'll be afterwards. Naturally, there are consequences to failing, he said vaguely, with a tinge of sadness. I swear you're a fucking sadist, Drac. What the fuck is wrong with you? I asked indignantly while glossing over the sadness I heard in his voice. It might have something to do with why my father died. Shut up, I'm no sadist, you snot-nosed kid. If they can't prove that they are strong enough to withstand the intense emotions that comes with my power, then they will succumb to it and die a horrible death. What the fuck, so I can die if I'm not good enough? I asked. Yes. Well, luckily for me, I hit the jackpot in this department. Let's just hope I can get enough power to make my trip over there worth it, I thought. Huh. I want to hear you be this confident when you experience my trial, he said ominously as his voice turned metallic and grating to the ears. I involuntarily shivered at the sound. Creepy old man, who are you trying to fool? You're a sadist through and through, I thought adamantly. I soon fell asleep as I thought about the trial, and morning rolled around. It was currently the 28th of December and the new year was approaching. Hermione and I went for our daily run, and I decided to play around. I would lag behind sometimes and then ankle tap her, which caused her foot to go in front of the other, forcibly tripping her over. She would get angry and start hurling spells at me, but none of them hit me. After a good cardio session, we went to take a shower and met in the common room. Hermione's hair smelled fruity, which was pleasant. I closed the book I was reading, and together we walked to the great hall where we had our breakfast. I'll be right back. I'll go order the ingredients for the potion, I said as I patted Hermione's shoulder as I got up. I walked straight towards the Weasley twins, who were snickering about God knows what. Gentlemen, good morning, I greeted warmly. Ah, Tom, how may we be of service? Both twins said at the same time. Simple, I need you to get me these set of ingredients, I said calmly as I handed them a list. The left took the list and gave it a quick read before putting it away. The right then spoke up as if he was the one who read the list. It was truly magical. 1 galleon for the total, 7 sickles extra if you want it delivered by the next day, he said as he held up 7 fingers. I nodded and handed them the money up front before walking away. I will look for you tomorrow, I said without turning around. I headed back to the table where Hermione was happily eating her toast. Did you manage to order everything? She asked after swallowing the toast in her mouth. I did. It will arrive tomorrow. We need to go over the details of the recipe. There might be some things we missed or need to incorporate or prepare apart from the potion itself, I said while nodding. That won't be a problem. We have tons of time between today and tomorrow to find anything we might have missed or failed to pay attention to, she assured as she finished her food. You have a crumb there, I said, pointing at where the crumb would be on my lip. She licked the other side, which made me laugh. Her face was funny and childish. The other side, I said as I laughed. She had an annoyed look as she licked the other side, which finally got it. I nodded, signaling that she got it, and got up to leave. She quickly got up again as the empty plates disappeared. So, are we going to the library right now? She asked enthusiastically. Yes, that's the plan, I nodded. We headed towards the library, where we got the relevant books and read over them thoroughly to make sure that everything was in order. I did find something that would be a big issue if left unattended, and I brought it up after training in our classroom. Hermione was sweating profusely as she leaned against the wall before sliding down. I sat next to her before turning slightly to face her. I have found a problem with the potion that might be tricky to deal with, I said to her in between heavy breaths. Is that so? What's that issue? She asked curiously. Well, the book I read mentioned that the potion has a better effect the more damaged the muscles are. It is a potion that enhances the effect of physical exercise and promotes increased regenerative properties after doing intense exercise, I explained. I got that too, but what is the problem? She asked, not getting it. The problem is, we can only push ourselves so far before our bodies can't go on, I said. Yes, so that's when we take the potion, right? She asked, getting more confused as to what the problem was. Seeing that face, I could only shake my head. That's the problem, Hermione. That's the brain's perceived limit to ensure that no excessive or irreparable damage occurs to the body, a sort of self-preservation program. That means that it is not the muscle's limit, and since the potion has a greater effect the more damaged the musculoskeletal system is, then we aren't using the potion to its full potential if we do traditional exercise, I concluded. Hermione's was surprised as she finally got the main point and issue in all of this. She had a pensive look as she did her signature hand-on-chin motion. If what you said is true, then there must be a way to trick our body into pushing ourselves beyond what it would usually deem as excessive, she said as she thought out loud. I got it, she said suddenly. I was intrigued as to what she had come up with. We can use the Confundus spell, right? I read in a study that they used Confundus to trick the brain into thinking something is real when it's not, and it had massive success. She paused and repositioned herself to face me. They had a person hold ice and then used the Confundus spell to trick their brain into thinking that it was a hot coal. What do you think happened to the person? Hermione asked with a bright smile. I thought about it before understanding the point. The person was probably hurt, maybe swelling, blisters, something caused by intense heat on the skin, right? I answered after a bit of thought. Hermione smiled even brighter. Correct, that is the point. If the study is actually accurate, wouldn't something like this work for our specific situation? She asked rhetorically with confidence. I thought about it and nodded after little thought. If what the study depicted turned out to be true, then it was highly feasible. Let's try it out, I said as I pulled out my wand. I turned a spare chair into an empty cup. Aguamendi, I said as I aimed my wand at the cup, which was soon filled with water. Glacius, I voiced, which caused the water to freeze. It was usually a spell for larger targets, but if you have enough control it could freeze smaller things like water too. I turned the cup upside down and smacked the bottom hard, which caused the ice to slip out. The block of ice landed on my hand, which sent a nice feeling throughout my arm. Okay, now use the Confundus spell that same way that they used it in the study, I said while clutching the ice firmly with my hand. Hermione nodded and cast the Confundus on me. Soon the seemingly refreshing feeling went away, and in its stead an immense amount of heat, so hot it felt cold for a split second before I dropped it with a low grunt. I stared at my hand, which was now blistering and swelling up. Hermione freaked out when she saw my hand. "I'm sorry, Tom. I didn't know it would be this effective," she said apologetically. "It's fine. I'll get Madame Pomfrey to fix me up." I waved her off with my other hand. We made our way to the infirmary where I got treated. My hand was good as new in a couple of minutes. The power of magic never ceased to amaze me. We soon arrived back at the classroom, where we sat at the desk next to each other. That worked very well. Now all that's left is to brew the potion and cast Confundus on each other. The pain of the Confundus spell might be too much for us to bear, and if we need to take a potion while going through that amount of pain, we will pass out before we can successfully drink it. I suggest we add the need to drink the potion to the Confundus spell in order to make sure we can move our bodies while under the effect of the spell, I added. Hermione nodded heavily. "I hope it's not too bad," she said wordly. "It will most likely be incredibly painful, but you will probably faint pretty soon after the Confundus takes effect. Naturally, you can't use occlumency since Confundus wouldn't be as effective or even work at all," I added. Hermione, who was reminded of this, nodded in acknowledgement. The rest of the day went by quickly, spell training like usual, dinner in the Great Hall before going to sleep. Naturally, Harry went to see the mirror again. He had dragged Ron with him after I came back from showing Hermione the day before. Dumbledore will be hiding the mirror on the 3rd floor soon, since he had accomplished his goal of showing Harry the function of the mirror. The night went by calmly as usual, and a new day arrived. We arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast before meeting the Weasley twins in the common room, where they handed me the ingredients for the potion. After making sure that everything was in order, and it was all there, I nodded at the twins before walking towards the classroom where Hermione was getting everything ready. I walked in and handed the ingredients to Hermione, who speared them in a table we made bigger using Transfiguration. One thing that I found interesting was that the law of conservation of mass didn't apply to the magical world. Theoretically, if good enough, a wizard could turn a handkerchief into a castle at any time. It was puzzling and didn't make sense from a scientific point of view. If you look at the magical world from a scientific point of view, you'll find that half of the things here didn't make sense. Hermione was soon done with the potion, and it was all ready and separated into 2 equally filled cups. Steam could be seen coming from the top of the cup as a green gooey-like substance could be seen from the cup. They couldn't have made it look better, could they? I complained before putting mine on the table. Hermione followed my example, and we soon sat opposite each other. "Ready, we'll cast the spell at the same time, quickly and clearly. Make sure you don't forget any of the details," I said seriously. Hermione nodded, equally as serious as she pulled out her wand. We aimed the wands at each other and lowered our occlumency protection to nothing before launching them. Soon the spells landed successfully, and we both said the said phrase before finishing. I felt an intense pain that escalated from a slightly uncomfortable feeling to a searing pain that spread all over my body. I was able to hold in by gritting my teeth, but Hermione wasn't able to and was losing consciousness. But her body moved towards the cup that was across from her and drank it before falling unconscious. I wanted to just do the same, but I held on since this was a rare opportunity to temper my resistance to pain before I took on Drax's trial. I sat there as the pain increased more and more until I felt like my muscles were melting. The spasmed and twitched uncontrollably. I struggled to hold on before finally breaking and fell to the floor. I took the potion earlier, which meant it was fine to faint at any time. I made one last push before the pain became too much for my body and I finally lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, I woke up only to be blinded by the artificial light coming from the roof of the room. Where am I?" I asked. "Stay still, you scared me half to death, Tom. You were out for the whole day." "I woke up a couple of hours ago," said the voice that was behind me. She held me down as I attempted to get up. It was oddly comfortable. Was I on a couch? I asked myself as I moved my head to look around. I was indeed on a couch, probably Hermione's Transfiguration at work, but my head didn't seem to be on the couch. I looked up to see Hermione's slightly flushed face. I seemed to be resting my head on her lap. You didn't take advantage of me while I was asleep, did you? I asked teasingly, only to get a hard slap to the head. It stung as I attempted to rub it, only to feel terrible pain run up my arm. It seems that the confundus was still under effect, but lighter. I instantly started to use occlumency and the pain faded like it was all a dream. Don't make such jokes, Tom. You were unresponsive for a very long time. I got scared something went wrong, she said seriously with a frown. I saw how concerned she was and smiled before nodding. Thank you for taking care of me. I appreciated it, I said with a warm smile. Hermione seemed to be content with my answer and raised her hand to read the book she was holding with her spare hand. I continued to lay there gently with my head in her lap while I talked to Drac. Drac, what happened to my body? How were the effects? I asked curiously. Well, I can say that it was magnificent, much better than what that girl received. It seems that enduring the pain has some extra benefits. It seems that the brain released some kind of chemical when put under so much pain. Simply put, you are better than before by a good margin. You seem to have visibly grown a good 5 centimeters, which is odd. And I took the time to infuse my magic power into your body while it was going through the process of absorbing the potion. You should be able to use more of my strength smoothly, he summed up. I noticed it only after he mentioned it. I did feel the presence of magic in the atmosphere much clearer than before. I can also absorb more magic power, which would be helpful in increasing the strength of my spells. As for strength, I felt it course through my body like a torrent of water. It was pleasant. Overall, it was a success beyond the expected result. We even had a month of increased regeneration given by the potion, which will boost the effectiveness of our training. This was a great result, to say the least, and after a good 10 minutes, I felt incredibly hungry, like my cells were desperately crying out for energy. I could also hear Hermione's stomach growl as it was next to my head. I smiled gently before sitting up and getting off of the couch. Come on, I'm hungry, let's eat something in the kitchen, I said, extending out a hand. Hermione smiled helplessly as her stomach continued to growl and took hold of my outstretched hand and used it to pull herself up. We walked towards the kitchen through the empty corridors of the castle. It seemed to be just after dinner time, so we were still allowed to roam the castle. We soon made it to a corner of the school where students would usually ignore. This was where the kitchen was located. Behind a pair of rusty and worn-out doors, a cacophony of noise could be heard. Walking in, we saw house elves running around doing their own thing, jumping around, cooking, and so on. They were small, frail, and looked malnourished. They had gray skin, big pitiful eyes, and large disproportionate heads compared to the rest of their bodies. As soon as we appeared, all the busy elves stopped suddenly and looked towards us in sync. It was freaky, like we walked into a beehive. Hello, me and my friend were hungry, and we were wondering if you could cook something, I asked warmly and respectfully. The elves were quiet for a couple of seconds before they broke out into cheers and ushered us in to take a seat at the only table there. They prepared anything we wanted, and as soon as it was served, we ate like we were starved for a week. What would have filled me up before wasn't even classified as an appetizer now. It was like my body was absorbing the energy from the food as fast as I swallowed it. Something similar was happening to Hermione as we continued to eat for an hour before finally being full. The elves were over the moon since they could cook for someone for so long, and seeing us eat so happily made them even happier. Hermione, however, had a frown on her face as she observed the elves walking around doing their own thing. I knew what she was thinking. She was still good-natured and strived for equality and all that justice shit. You're probably thinking that it's unfair how the elves are treated, right? I said with a smile. Hermione turned her head sharply and looked at me in total surprise. How did you know? She asked in puzzlement. Because I know your personality, I said as I flicked her forehead. You're thinking that it is unfair, that the treatment is close if not the same as slavery, right? I asked while looking at her. She nodded seriously. Right, they don't get paid, no holidays, and they have to work constantly. What type of life is that? She asked indignantly. You might see it as unfair from your perspective because you were brought up in a human environment, where social norms frown upon such acts. Elves are different, they work off magic, that's their source of energy, they need it to survive, or they will go crazy and soon after die. They will work for someone who can provide magic to them since they can't gather it themselves, I explained. Hermione looked at me before turning to look at the elves who were scurrying around busily as always. She had a pensive look as she thought over my words. They work for wizards and witches because we can provide them with the sustenance to live. They seem to like working a lot, which made it that much more appealing to the wizarding community to form a pact with the little fellows. You can't use Muggle common sense in the magical world, Hermione, I said with a shrug. But can't they be treated better? She asked, still refusing to accept the facts. I sighed. They are treated the way they want to be treated, Hermione. Elves punish themselves as a form of motivation. By treating them better, you are depriving them of their motivation and will therefore hurt themselves. I don't know why they do this, but it works out for both parties and therefore should be left as is. But I do agree with you on one point. Some house elves are mistreated to extreme measures, and they should have more rights and laws to stop them from being abused. Hermione looked up at me with a smile and nodded. I understand what you mean. We can't change their nature. Maybe it was an evolutionary change. Either way, they want to work, and magic is their reward, which is totally fine if they are happy with that, and I do think that elves deserve better treatment to stop them from being abused, she said seriously. We continued to talk as we waved goodbye to the elves who seemed to be saddened at our departure. I can say one thing though, I'm happy that elves are the way they are and have such a limitation, I said. Hermione turned her head sharply and looked at me with an infuriated gaze. Relax, let me explain before you go on a rampage. Imagine if elves didn't have this weakness and were able to apparate wherever they wanted, use magic wherever and whenever they wanted. Our magic can't stop them, no one is able to apparate into the castle no matter who they are. But elves can, they can't be stopped. Imagine what a war between us would look like. We would most likely lose a lot of people, I said seriously. Hermione shuddered at my explanation, and the more she thought about it, the paler she got. Relax, I'm happy with you wanting to expand their rights. I back you 100%, but I'm just giving you the whole picture, so you aren't ignorant of the facts, I said as I patted her shoulder gently. She nodded at my words and became determined again. It's good to have a goal. After all, I need to have someone run the Ministry of Magic in my stead, I thought with a knowing smile. You're choosing her? Drax said with a surprised tone. I shrugged. Why not Drac? She is smart, capable, and most importantly, she is a good person who has me backing her. No one can push her around. Plus, I can't be fucked being a minister of magic. That's not my cup of tea, I said in my mind. Well, the last part was a given, but it still comes as a surprise that you chose her so early on. I thought you would take longer to decide, he said truthfully. Nah, Hermione has all the qualities of a minister of magic. It will be a great fit. Plus, with me going on a rampage against the pure families, it will just be a headache to deal with. But you do know she is a Muggle-born. Many will be against it, Tom, he said. What do you think my goal is, Drac? It's obviously to stop all the Muggle-born hate, and Hermione will have me to support her. With my show of strength against the radical purist families, no one will ever think about going against her. The era of pure blood superiority will end by my hand. Hermione will be the best choice to spearhead the new generation of thought. I said adamantly. The next 30 days or so passed like breeze. We trained incredibly hard since the potion would be active for exactly 1 month. It was enjoyable to have the entire common room to ourselves except for Ron and Harry, who played magical chess. I found it boring to play since it was essentially chess but with moving pieces. I even played against Ron, who was incredibly proud of his skills. It didn't go so well for him though, as I completely dominated the entire round. I wonder if Dumbledore would still say the same things about Ron at the end of the year if he witnessed this match. Just thinking about Ron's face at the statement almost makes it worth it. The new year was nothing incredible, a feast like always. I sent a letter by owl to the knights to congratulate them and wish them well, which Hermione did as well. Students flooded back into the school on the 5th of January and school once again resumed. The weeks went by, and it was already the 25th of January and the potion had worn off. During said time though, we frequently visited the kitchen and acquainted ourselves with the house elves. There was one named Tolly, which we enunciated while in our little classroom, who brought us food when we trained too hard to move. He was incredibly excited to be of service, which Hermione had complicated feelings about. She was changing her viewpoint about them slowly due to my influence, but it would take a while. She was, however, getting more adamant on increasing their rights and treatment in wizarding society. We had obtained a lot from the potion during the course of its duration. Our level of fitness rose sharply. It was more pronounced in Hermione since she had previously done much less physical exercise. I had gotten taller and stronger, which was getting rather obvious due to my clothes. I was lucky, however, since the clothes were magically imbued and could stretch to fit the wearer. Naturally, it had limitations. It was good to know that it would last me for the rest of the year before I would need to buy myself new clothes. I didn't even want to mention the clothes I brought. Most of them didn't even fit me. I only had 1 or 2 pairs of clothes that were bigger than the rest that didn't look like they cut my circulation. Hermione naturally laughed at my misfortune before coming out with a grim face, as she suffered from the same problem, albeit a bit less noticeably. I laughed as a way of getting back at her, which landed me a kick on the shin. I never win. February rolled around and the rain was coming strong since late December. There wasn't as much snow, but it was quite chilly, or at least that was what Hermione said, since I couldn't really feel the cold. Classes were still boring, but I did pay a bit more attention since the end-of-year exams were coming up. Even though it was miles away, Hermione was still studying like a wild person. I didn't really do too much. I simply memorized all that was needed. Hermione was much more about theory, while I was much more practical. She would do much better when it came to everything books and exams and help me when needed, while I was much more inclined to practical stuff like physical exercise and spells and the lot. So it was incredibly convenient to bounce off of each other to help one another. February 22nd was a good day. Me and Hermione went over to see the Quidditch match as a change of scenery from the constant books we looked at all day. She was much more inclined to go this time since she was having a hard time concentrating. It was hilarious. Snape was a referee this time, which was a show to behold in and of itself. But there was a brawl, or at least there would be according to the books. I tried to pick a spot that was away from the action, but there were no spots, and instead, we were thrust right into the middle of the group of troublemakers. During the match, one of the Weasley twins managed to hit Snape with a bludger, which I think was intentional. Either way, the result was the same: total laughter in the stands. Later the brats began to fight. It started with Neville, Ron the Hothead, Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. The brawl caused chaos all around the place, which sadly ended up engulfing us in it. As Crabbe threw a punch towards Neville, he slipped and it headed towards Hermione instead. Reacting quickly, I got in the way and caught it in time. I grabbed Crabbe's arm and twisted it behind his back before pushing him down the stairs. His face hit every step on his way down, almost cartoon-like. It was hilarious. Goyle tried to attack me and ended up suffering the same fate, although he had a softer landing as he ended up landing on top of Crab. Draco got punched in the eye by Ron, which resulted in it going black. Overall, it was an enjoyable fight. The teachers intervened quickly, but no one suffered major punishments. The match was also short-lived like Neville's consciousness, as it ended 5 minutes later due to Harry catching the snitch. It honestly sounded like a game you would play in prison. Catch the snitch, I thought with a chuckle. As for Neville, he got knocked out cold by Crab and Goyle earlier after he attempted to stand up to Draco. After the match, I saw Harry head in the opposite direction he should be going. He was probably tailing Snape and Quirrell as they had their little moment in the woods after the match. I didn't interfere since I cared little for the squabbles between a stuttering fool and an edgelord. We headed back to the common room where all the students from Gryffindor cheered for Harry. I never understood it. Was it a cheat he had? I mean, he never flew a broom before in his life and suddenly he's a prodigy. It's just not logical, but I can understand it in some way. After all, he has to be good at something. He's never been great at magic, maybe slightly above average when he bothers to learn a spell, and he's not particularly smart. He's incredibly reckless, which is further accentuated when Ron is around. It's like Quidditch is the only thing that he excels at. The second half of the year is when things start to heat up, and I was kind of looking forward to it. I would take Hermione's place when Harry and Ron are caught out of bed, which will allow me to have detention with Hagrid, who will subsequently take us to the Forbidden Forest. The sole reason to do so is to meet Voldemort for the first time and set my plan in action. It would be hard to set up since I wasn't friends with the duo. But following them to Hagrid's hut when they see the dragon hatch should be around the time Draco follows after them, eventually catching is the trio, now duo, out of bed. This would all happen later in May, so for now there wasn't much to do except go to class, train, and read books. Soon February flew by and so did March. Ron's birthday was in March, which was the only event out of the ordinary for the Gryffindor house. Not that it was celebrated by many, but it was still something. Mine was also on the same day, and I only received a letter from the Knights wishing me a happy birthday. Hermione was mad that I didn't tell her about my birthday since she didn't get me anything due to it. When's your birthday, Hermione? This way we can both get something for each other next time, I said in an attempt to remedy the situation. September 19th, she said. I nodded. Naturally, I already knew her birthday, but it would come off as weird if I gave her a present since I shouldn't supposedly know it. Hermione began to study harder recently for God knows what reason. I don't really get why she tries so hard constantly, even I'm not that extreme. She's pretty much a human calculator with infinite memory storage, so she doesn't need to study so hard. But seeing her do so gave me the motivation to study too. So, April soon rolled around. It was finally getting interesting. If my memory serves me correctly, Norbert would be born at the end of the Easter holidays. By now it was made apparent that Hagrid had a dragon egg since he was caught snooping around in the library by Harry, Ron, and coincidentally me and Hermione. Harry and Ron got the clue and rushed after him and meddled like they usually did. It was interesting to see how they behaved, and how they figured it all out without the help of Hermione. It almost felt like a social experiment, very entertaining to watch. Hermione caught on to the clues and the odd behavior, which didn't come as a surprise to me. She did seem interested in dragons but didn't want to meddle in what didn't concern her. It was surprising to witness since she would have originally been very interested in sticking her nose into it. It seemed that my presence and interactions with her had some effect. Easter holidays come quickly and with it tons of chocolates. There was even an Easter egg hunt, which was childish but surprisingly very fun to do. Hermione and I competed to see which would get more eggs. They were scattered all over the school grounds and inside the castle itself. I smiled in amusement before making my way to the astronomy tower after making sure that Hermione wasn't following. I sat down cross-legged in the middle of the floor and started to perform a spell. It was a large-scale spell that Drac was guiding me through currently. I was able to do it quickly because he was able to transmit all the info to me via memory link. It was also a simple spell that attributed to me being able to pull it off so quickly. The spell involved visualizing the specific item you wanted and then casting the spell. It acted like a wave that spread throughout the entirety of the school. Probably only the teachers and Dumbledore would feel the wave pass through. As I did so, I thought about the image of the eggs. Soon the eggs that were hidden all around the school came flying to me one by one. The only sad part was that it did take time to set up the spell, which means that some people would have already found some eggs, but I still got a giant pile of them in the corner. I smiled happily and got up before turning around only to see an old man standing at the doorway with a calm smile. I sighed, must have attracted the attention of Dumbledore. Not that I care. Dumbledore is not an enemy, and having his attention will facilitate transactions between the two of us later. Mr. Knight, it seems that you have found a wonderful way of acquiring the eggs, he said with a smile as he observed the pile of chocolate in the corner. Not worth mentioning, just a little spell I tinkered with, I said with a shrug. It seemed that this was a spell that Dumbledore was new to, or at least that was what I could gauge from his expression. There was no way of knowing what he did or didn't know. It seems that you are quite the talent, Mr. Knight, top of your classes, and you're outstanding in your use of magic in many fields, including traveling around the school undetected, he said, arching a brow as he looked at me. I couldn't help but grin. Well, I can't let Mr. Potter have all the fun now, can I? I asked with a knowing smile. Dumbledore seemed to be surprised by my statement, but he was only a little surprised and quickly returned to being calm. Oh, by the way you're looking at me, you seem to suggest I had something to do with that? He asked. Professor Dumbledore, who else would give him the cloak of invisibility? And Potter coincidentally finding the Mirror of Erised just in time to use the cloak. You may be able to fool Potter, but it is an insult to my intelligence to be treated like him, I said while shaking my head. Interesting, you seem to know more than you let on, Mr. Knight, said Dumbledore with a gentle smile. Well, what can I say? Schemers think alike, I said with a shrug while looking at him squarely in the eye. Dumbledore was genuinely surprised this time. I caught a glint in his eyes for a split second before it faded. Before I could do much more, memories were trying to surface in my head that were irrelevant to the current conversation. Damn, he's using legilimency on me right off the bat. He's too good, Drac. Help, I can't stop him. Relax, I got him. He won't be accessing anything important, but you need to end the conversation quickly. I can't hold him off for long. After all, this isn't my body, he said calmly but quickly. I grinned at Dumbledore, whose face visibly changed. Asterisk gasp, that is a big no-no, Dumbledore. Using legilimency on a student? You should know better, I said, faking a shocked expression for a second before going back to normal as if I failed to pull it off. I walked towards the eggs and put them all into my bag that had the expansion charm. You are an outstanding young man, Mr. Knight. This is one of the rare few times I have ever been unsuccessful, he said, seemingly not caring at all about the result. Well, there are always surprises in life, but I'll tell you something, I'm on your side. I have no qualms with your little game concerning the Potter boy. You have your reasons, I'm sure of it, I said as I once again smiled knowingly. Dumbledore seemed to be tongue-tied for a second as he looked at me. You are not a simple boy, are you? He said as he smiled once again. Of course not. Big waves will surge in the coming years, both of us will be swept in by them, whether we can float to safety or not, will all come down to how much we prepare in advance. It is, however, commendable what you are trying to do with Potter. As irresponsible as it may be to the rest of the school, it is a sacrifice worth making for the greater good, right? I accentuated for the greater good in the sentence as a way of teasing the old man. It seemed to work. He looked at me weirdly for a moment before nodding. His smile seemed to have faded away at some point though. You are fascinating. Maybe only a few are comparable in terms of talent in the past century, he said thoughtfully. Who do you mean, Riddle? Grindelwald. Or perhaps you're blowing your own horn a tad bit, I said with a soft chuckle. Dumbledore couldn't remain calm, and he looked at me weirdly again. It seems that the future will be very murky in the coming years, Mr. Knight. I can only pray that you do not end up like those who have come before you, he said meaningfully. Clearly, he meant Riddle and Gellert. Well, isn't there an easy way to show my sincerity? Come, give me your hand, I said while stretching out mine in an inviting gesture. Dumbledore didn't hesitate much and complied. Drac, transfer the emotions I displayed on the day I got sent to the knight's estate and who they are directed to. Manipulate them a tad bit though. Make sure that it is focused on Voldemort and not the Ministry, I said in my head. No worries, he said succinctly. Dumbledore's face visible changed a couple of moments later before his brows knitted together tightly. Then, they slowly loosened and before a small smile spread on his lips. As you can see, you and I share a common goal and adversary, I said with a shrug before passing by him and starting walking down the stairs. Mr. Knight, I look forward to our future encounters, said Dumbledore as he turned around. Oh yes? That won't be too far in the future. Maybe we should share a cup of tea and some sherbet lemons, I said with a laugh before waving without turning around. Dumbledore was surprised once again. How did he know that he liked sherbet lemon candy? It puzzled him before a smile appeared on his face as he gazed at Tom's back. He was on guard against the possibility of Tom being another up-and-coming Dark Lord until he felt the deep emotions and who they were directed at. He was eager to see what Tom would show him. He turned and walked towards the guardrail and looked up at the moon with a pensive expression. This is getting interesting, he said before disapparating as I walked down the stairs. I couldn't help but laugh at the conversation just now. I revealed a lot of information that I theoretically shouldn't know. If you know that, then why did you do it? Drac asked. Because it was necessary. Well, partly. The other part was me wanting to mess with him. Sure, it was reckless, but do I care? Not really. Dumbledore is too busy trying to mold Harry into the Voldy Destroyer. I don't have a problem with that. I don't believe in the prophecy that only either one of the two can kill each other. That is pure nonsense in my opinion. Power dictates the winner, not fate and strings and all that shit, I said as I walked down the nearest corridor while my footsteps echoed. As for why it's necessary, well, that is because I need him to teach me and provide me with the materials needed to improve within the school grounds. I need access to the forbidden section in the library, and helping Harry will facilitate the process. And if Dumbledore knows that I am even remotely promising with the knowledge I have just shown, he will not hesitate to provide me with what I need. He is a teacher after all, so I will be able to learn the expecto patronum from him, which I wouldn't be able to learn from Lupin. I could use legilimency on Harry after Lupin teaches him, but why go through so much effort? It is all a part of the plan. Naturally, in order to make him teach me properly, I will need to allow the basilisk to do its job until the school is borderline shutting down next year. Like a marvelous clown once said, if you're good at something, never do it for free. Simple as that. You're evil. Ha. You're one to speak. Dragon of fire and destruction. What part of that name doesn't scream out evil? Drac didn't speak. After all, it was sound logic. Sure, it could be wrong, but from what he told me about his past, I was sure I wasn't. Anyway, I'm starting to wonder which one is the schemer here, you or the old man, Drac said with a chuckle. That's beside the point. What I'm doing must be done if I'm going to get stronger. I walked back down towards the great hall where the students were eating and talking. The competition between Hermione and me was that the loser would do the homework of the other for the rest of the school year. So, about a month, I somehow struggled to see how this was a punishment for her, and maybe she set it that way on purpose, so win or lose, she benefits. I saw Hermione sitting down on a table, and when she noticed me, she beamed a triumphant smile. I couldn't help but smile and shake my head. I thought about what her face would look like when she saw all the eggs I got. She got up and put her hands on her hips with a smile still on her face. "What are you smiling at? Asterisk gasp asterisk, you don't think you've won, do you?" I said teasingly while grinning. Hermione saw my face and her smile dimmed a little. I didn't really care and simply tipped all the eggs I got over the table. I then realized it was a bad choice as all the eggs came bursting out and spread all over the table. Some rolled off and onto the ground. This naturally caught the attention of the people at our table and even the surrounding tables. The teachers also looked over, and I even saw Dumbledore sitting down in his usual spot with a knowing smile. I could only shake my head at my miscalculation. Hermione by now was no longer smiling but could instead be seen pouting as she looked at the massive number of eggs all over the place. She then looked at her medium-sized bucket that reached her knees and sighed in disappointment. Just as I was about to claim the prize, Dumbledore got up and made his way over before patting the discouraged Hermione on the shoulder. "Mr. Knight, you wouldn't want to claim being the winner with the method you used, would you?" he said with an arched brow. Everyone looked at Dumbledore before looking at me. I frowned heavily at his words. "There were no rules to begin with," I argued. "It was a fact." "Oh, but there is. Here, take a look, only you didn't follow them." I took the piece of parchment that Dumbledore summoned out of thin air. It only had one fucking rule on it: no use of large-scale spells. I finally understood. Dumbledore was a petty old man. Hermione, who looked at the parchment, looked up at me and seemed to realize something, and then she beamed a bright smile. "I won, ha ha ha, I won. Tom, you're doing my homework for the rest of the year," she said, laughing happily. My frown deepened as soon as she finished her words. Not only that, but as soon as others heard what she said, they began to laugh as well. I really had the urge to use fiendfire on all of these fuckers. "Ha ha ha ha, who told you to fuck with the old man, kid?" Drac burst into laughter. Dumbledore showed a triumphant smile as he gazed down at me. I couldn't help but praise the old man. He really knows how to make the best use of the situation. There is no way to refute this, since all the teachers would back Dumbledore and I would come off as bad-tempered for refuting the clearly stated rules the old goat came up with on the spot. Hermione was too caught up on finally beating me at something that she didn't realize the oddities in the situation. I could only sigh and give in. Karma really is a bitch. "I'll make sure to get you back for this," I thought as I glared at Dumbledore. He smiled warmly, not caring much for my glare, and walked away. The night passed like this, with everyone happy except me, who was stuck doing the girls' homework. Even Ron decided to grow a pair of balls and started teasing me to no end. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. I snapped and punted the red-headed idiot across the common room. The kid had the audacity to come here and wantonly spout shit. Who gave him such courage? May 6th soon arrived. During the past week and a half, Hermione and I studied steadily and with determination, much to Ron's ire. I never understood what the kid's problem was with studying. He seemed disgusted whenever he saw us studying, but he would fail if he didn't. Nothing good came out of being lazy. It really intrigued me to see just what made Ron Weasley tick. I needed to make sure to dissect him when he eventually got himself killed after one of his many stupid ideas. The day passed like any other except for Ron and Harry's odd behavior, as if they were planning something. It wasn't noticeable until later today. It didn't really bother me or provoke my curiosity, as I knew exactly what they were planning. I kept quiet and observed their behavior for a little while before heading towards our classroom to do some spell practice. I made sure to practice the Incarcerus spell since I would have to use it when facing Voldemort. It wasn't a hard spell to master, but I wanted to make sure that I had it down pat since mistakes under such situations could prove to be deadly. I was not that worried though since I knew that the Centaurs were close by in case a problem occurred. Naturally, I don't want to rely on others when I have a way to deal with it on my own. The reason I wanted to talk to Voldemort was that I needed to set up the most optimal situation during the later fight over the Philosopher's Stone. If I could come off as one of Voldemort's followers during our up-and-coming encounter, then it would make it easier to catch him off guard later if I needed to appear in the mirror room with Harry. Naturally, I could just attack him straight off the bat, but having a backup plan in case I am put into a passive situation at first would come in handy. The battle could go many ways. I can't take the risk that anything could go wrong. If Quirrell used Avada Kedavra, there could be many things potentially going to shit. The possibilities are endless. Petunia Evans Dursley served as Harry's anchor to life due to her being Lily's sister. But there might be some difference in this world and the one in the book. What would happen if he can't block it? If Quirrell instead used a physical spell or the blast from the likes of Confringo? Harry can't be immune to all damage, he is still very much killable. Even if Quirrell is an idiot, the chances are still there. I have no idea what would happen if Quirrell uses Avada on Harry. After all, Quirrell is a temporary Horcrux for Voldemort. I am clueless as to what the result would be. Would the scene in the forest repeat itself? Who would he meet? His parents maybe? And if he does have a choice, would he decide to come back to the living world? There are too many possibilities, but one thing is for certain. Harry is still valuable in order to distract Voldemort. His fixation over killing Harry due to the prophecy will allow me to grow in peace. It's the perfect cover for my goals as well. For example, I need to devour the book that Ginny uses next year, that is, assuming that Harry's death doesn't affect that interaction. If it did, then I would have to raid the Malfoy Manor at some point. If Harry is dead, then I have no way of explaining how I was able to open the Chamber of Secrets. Sure, I could bullshit my way out of it, and sure, it might work. But why go through all that trouble when Harry can take all of it for me? If Harry is dead, then I need to fight young Voldemort by myself without the element of surprise, and I would rather not put myself at such a disadvantage when Harry is there to suffer in my place. I need him to take the spotlight in order for me to grow in the dark. Overall, Harry has his uses, and until I am able to kill Voldemort on my own, I needed to keep him alive. For now. Having thought about this, I wrapped up my training and walked back to the common room for some late-night reading with Hermione before heading off to bed. I was especially vigilant of Harry and Ron, who would be making their way over to Hagrid any time soon. An hour passed before Harry and Ron showed movement, and they sneakily creeped out of the men's wing, down the stairs and into the common room. I had already gotten up by now and walked quietly behind them. They soon exited the common room and quickly made their way over towards Hagrid's hut that was a distance away from the castle. I had already used concealing spells on myself so that the duo wouldn't see me while following them. We soon reached the bridge that led to the other side where Hagrid's hut was located. Halfway across the bridge, I figured it was enough and undid the concealment before grabbing Ron by the collar and pulling him backwards. Ron didn't expect it at all and put up no resistance and soon found himself half hanging from the side of the bridge, only being held by my hand. My strength was much higher than others, so manhandling Ron was a piece of cake. Harry, who had heard the noise, turned around to see me dangling Ron from the side of the bridge. He didn't have enough time to pull out his wand before I had used Expelliarmus to disarm him. TCHDCHDCH, so hasty, Potter. What would have happened if I had dropped Mr. Weasley here, due to being frightened by your attack? I asked, feigning a concerned look. Tom, release Ron right now, he said, half yelling. He was at least mindful that it was the middle of the night. Poor choice of words, Potter, I said before letting go of Ron. He began to fall and so disappeared over the guard railing. Harry's face turned visibly pale and rushed to the guardrail only to see Ron floating there upside down. I had used the levicorpus to keep him there. I grinned while observing Harry's reactions. It made me feel like a certain villain. I pulled Ron by the legs and threw him back on the bridge. He landed on his ass with a resounding asterisk thud asterisk. Even I felt the pain on my tailbone from that one. Harry rushed to Ron to make sure that he was okay and only sigh in relief after making sure that he was. Why did you do that? Questioned Harry with tightly knit eyebrows as he looked at me. Do what? I asked in response, acting innocently. Don't give me that, Tom. Why did you drop him? He asked demandingly as his voice rose. Oh, you mean doing exactly what you asked me to do. I simply released him, just like you asked. Who are you blaming here, Harry? Me, who simply did as told, or you, the inconsiderate friend who asked the perpetrator to drop his one and only friend off a fucking bridge like a moron? I asked mockingly. Harry seemed to lose his cool and rushed towards me as he swung his fist forward. I couldn't help but sigh. I was seriously asking him this question. Granted, the execution was somewhat lacking, but still no need to attack me for it. I chuckled in my head. I saw him coming and simply kicked forward, landing my foot on his stomach, which not only knocked the wind out of him, but also planted his ass on the ground, effectively placing him next to the sorry excuse of a wizard that was Ron. Now that you're both seated, let's have a chat, shall we? I said while transfiguring a handkerchief into a chair while using Incarcerus on both of them so that they couldn't move. So, tell me, what were you two doing sneaking out so late at night? I asked calmly. Harry and Ron, who had just come back to himself after the ordeal, looked towards me and grimaced. Why should we tell you anything? Ron said defiantly. Because I will throw your worthless ass off this fucking bridge without a second thought, that's why, I said calmly. I chuckled inside my head as I saw Ron's face pale considerably. It seemed that it worked, since Ron and Harry began to whisper something to each other before looking back at me with a begrudging expression. We were on our way to look at the hatching of a dragon egg, said Ron angrily. I pretended to be shocked. Hatching dragon? Where? I asked quickly. Ron got even angrier as seemed reluctant to tell me, but Harry nudged him slightly with his tied-up body. I really needed to give Harry a treat after this. He was such a good boy. Hagrid, he got a dragon recently. He invited us to watch it hatch, and here we are. But now that you've caught us, I assume you'll be ratting us out like the teacher's pet that you are, said Ron confidently with a disgusted look. Gasp asterisk, I'm offended, Mr. Weasley, but since I'm such a teacher's pet, I ought to clean up the trash lying around the school in order to please the teachers. I don't think anyone will miss you, and I'll probably even get points for getting rid of incompetent trash like you, I said mockingly as I got up and walked towards Ron. Ron started begging. As his face got paler, I stopped midway and sat back down on my chair again with a grin on my face. Anyway, you're wrong. Opposite to what you stated oh so confidently, I will not be snitching. Well, as long as you take me with you, that is, I said with an evil smile. Harry and Ron looked at each other and their eyes brightened before looking back at me. Deal, they said in sync. It was hard trying to contain my laughter as I undid the spell binding them. They soon got up and watched as I turned the chair back into a handkerchief before putting it in my expansion bag. I had already been alerted of Malfoy being close by Drac, but acted like I didn't know and continued forward with the duo. We made it down the snake-like stone steps that descended towards Hagrid's hut. Ron and Harry knocked on the big rundown wooden door, which swung open after a little while. Hagrid appeared and gazed down at us before staring at me in puzzlement. He looked at Harry questioningly. This is Tom Knight, for certain reasons, he said with a frown, has decided to join us in observing the egg. Hagrid wasn't exactly the smartest person ever, but by no means was he stupid, but he wasn't exactly very good at picking up facial cues or their meaning. He took the statement at face value and ushered us in before closing the door after I stepped in. The events inside the hut played out exactly the same way that they did in the movie. Ron mentioned his brother Charlie, who was involved with dragons and who would eventually be taking the egg away. He also talked about Fluffy and spilled some secrets which only made me chuckled. We spent around 1 hour tops before Hagrid spotted Malfoy peeping in through the window. As soon as we turned around, we only caught a glimpse before he ducked and ran off. I couldn't help but grin victoriously before quickly hiding it and turning back to face Ron and Harry, who looked at me with blaming expressions. "What are you two staring at?" I asked. "It's your fault that Draco followed us. He must have seen you," said Ron shamelessly. Well, maybe he didn't know the extent of his shameless words, but still, to hell with him. I simply rolled my eyes and got up. My task here was complete. I had no intention of staying here even a moment longer. "Good night, Hagrid. I wish you the best of luck with your dragon," I said with a knowing smile before walking out the door. Ron and Harry caught up to me soon enough. I had no clue if Draco would snitch immediately or wait a week like in the book. I would preferably want him to do so immediately, since that would speed things up. Either way was fine, since I would be meeting Voldemort anyway. "Do you think that Draco will tell the teachers?" asked Harry with worry. "Probably. The kid is a nuisance and loves to annoy the shit out of the both of you, so I won't not be surprised if he tells a teacher tonight," I said calmly. "How can you be so calm? You got us in this mess," said Ron indignantly. His shamelessness blew me away. 1. You have no proof he was following me. 2. He can't have seen me because I was invisible due to a spell, you idiot. And 3. He hates you more than he hates me, so he probably saw you and decided to ruin your night, I said with a shrug. As we walked by the corridors, Professor McGonagall walked out of a classroom with Malfoy in tow. "Good evening, gentlemen," said McGonagall as she held a candle. Draco could be seen with a grin on his face, which pissed Ron off even further. For once I was more than glad to see Draco's stupid face, since this meant the plot could speed up. "Follow me," McGonagall said, and walked back into the classroom she had just come out of. We soon stood in front of her desk as she held the candle in one hand, illuminating the otherwise dark room. She looked at us for a second before starting her lecture. "Nothing, I repeat, nothing gives a student the right to walk about at night." She paused and looked at all four of us before speaking. "Therefore, as punishment for your actions, 50 points will be taken." 50, Harry yelled as his eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Each," said McGonagall, as if adding to the punishment for the outburst. "And to ensure that it doesn't happen again, all 4 of you will receive detention," she said adamantly. I could see Malfoy perk up when he heard that. "Excuse me, Professor, perhaps I heard you wrong. I thought you said the 4 of us," he said, accentuating the 4 as he stepped forward. His smug look was nowhere to be seen. "No, you heard me correctly, Mr. Malfoy. You see, as honorable as your actions might have been, you yourself were still out of bed after hours, therefore the punishment is equally as applicable to you as it is to them," she said emotionlessly. I could see Ron and Harry smirking from the corner of my eye as Draco grimaced at her words. I simply watched this like a spectator. I could care less about points, nor did I care whether they lost or gained them. "That will be all. You will go to your rooms and stay there from now on. If I hear any of you being caught out of bed again, you will be dealing with a much more severe consequence," she said sternly before waving us out. We walked out of the classroom and closed the door, and immediately after, Ron began to tease Malfoy. "Didn't think your plan would backfire this hard, did you, Malfoy?" said Ron with a smirk. You dirty little blood try. He paused and looked at me, which made me smile. His face paled slightly. HMPH. Whatever, I don't feel like getting any more detention tonight, he said, attempting to act arrogant and unfazed as he walked away towards the Slytherin common room. Ron smiled and looked at Harry before directing his gaze at me. Do you have anything to say, Weasley? I asked while looking at him in the eye. Nothing, but now that Draco has seen the dragon, we need to inform my brother Charlie so he can take it before he can say anything, he said while looking at both of us. Correct, your bother would be the best solution. Talk to Hagrid about it during daylight hours tomorrow and get it all fixed. As much as I hate seeing your faces, Hagrid shouldn't suffer because of your oversight, I said before walking towards the Gryffindor common room. I paused when I saw that they weren't following. Come on, what? Are you two looking to lose more points tonight? I asked with annoyance. Harry and Ron snapped out of it and followed closely behind me as we made our way back. I immediately went off to bed and slept through the night soundly upon return. Hermione was angered when she heard about it during Transfiguration class, since McGonagall was telling us when the detention would be. It was going to be held tomorrow night, which was fine by me, but until then I had to suffer Hermione's incessant complaints. She finally calmed down after getting tired and went back to normal. I saw Harry and Ron go to Hagrid's hut after class and assumed that they followed my advice. They should be picking up the baby dragon sometime in the next day. And that's what happened. Tonight I saw Harry and Ron put on the cloak of invisibility and head out of the common room. I didn't bother to stop them since it was none of my business. It seemed to be successful as I was woken up 2 hours later by Ron and Harry, who were getting back to bed. I was surprised that they managed to do so undetected, but good for them. Hagrid wasn't thrown into the middle and everything was going according to plan. The night soon passed, and I was awoken by the rays of sunlight passing through the slightly parted curtains. I went down to the common room and walked to the great hall with Hermione, where we sat down for breakfast. Why did you do it? She asked spontaneously as she turned her head towards me. Do what? I asked as I buttered my bread. Go with them. Why? She asked curiously. I looked at her before casting the Muffliato spell silently. Because it's all part of a little plan I'm concocting, I said with a shrug. Can you tell me about it? She asked. I'm sure I can tell you some things. It's about the stone. My plan is to stop the person who's attempting to steal it from succeeding. I strongly believe it's Quirrel, and therefore I'm taking measures against it. As for what this has to do with why I went with them, it's because it's connected. I can't tell you more because I simply don't have conclusive evidence. You will hear about it at the end of the year anyway, I said with a smile. Most of what I said was true, but I can't tell her it's to make sure that idiot Harry doesn't go killing himself. This is the real world, not some book. Sure, the plot was seemingly the same, but I can't take chances when I don't know to what extent my presence has altered future events. Apart from that, Dumbledore was going to spread the secret to the rest of the school anyway. I will need to make sure to be excluded from the rumors so that I'm not chucked into the spotlight. Hermione nodded slightly at my response. Don't worry, there will be a part later on where I'll need you to accompany me, I said truthfully. After all, having Hermione help Harry will allow us to guarantee entry to the forbidden section for both of us in the event that Dumbledore becomes stingy and only lets me in because only I contributed to Harry's and Voldemort's fight. Hermione nodded happily and continued to eat. It seemed that she was happy to be able to help. Well, if it meant she wouldn't kill me next year for not being able to access the forbidden section, then I'm all for her inclusion. The day quickly passed by, and soon it was the afternoon. We were told to meet Hagrid at 8 p.m. tonight for our detention. I was reading a book on petrification spells, such as Petrificus Totalis, which was a very helpful and rather effective spell. Hermione demonstrated it in the movie and Neville fell flat on his back because of it. Talking about Neville, it seems that unlike the books, he was not caught trying to warn Harry or Ron about Draco since he didn't hold on to the information. Not that it mattered. Another interesting detail was that Ron didn't get bitten by the dragon either, so he was present when Neville should have taken his place. It seems that it played out more like the movie did rather than how the books depicted it. The allotted time was fast approaching, and I said my farewells to Hermione and left with Harry and Ron towards Hagrid's hut. On the way there we ran into Draco, who had a sullen look on his face. He clearly didn't want to participate. As we made our way over to the hut, we came across Filch, who was sent to oversee that we came at the time given. He seemed upset that we were only given such a light punishment, because being sent into a monster-infested forest is a light punishment. The old man had some screws loose. He reminisced about the good old days where punishment consisted of hanging kids by their thumbs, which was not the worst punishment if you think about it. If it was the Muggle world, then sure, it would probably cause permanent damage to the joint from all the body weight, but in the magical world, one day and you're good as new. And if you lost your thumb, use magic to bring it back into existence. I can think of at least 15 different punishments that are worse than that. Public embarrassment, for example. What teens hate the most is being laughed at by their peers and especially their crushes if they have one. It's simple and effective. The moon was bright, but the clouds scudding across it kept it from casting its silvery glow on us. From the path we walked on we soon saw Hagrid's hut. His windows were lit and before long a distant shout could be heard. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I want to get started." As soon as the shout was heard, I saw Harry's and Ron's initially pale faces regain some color. They were probably relieved that Hagrid was the one conducting the detention. I was probably thinking it had more to do with Dumbledore than anything else. And McGonagall, being Dumbledore's pet, probably agreed right away. Filch, though, didn't seem too happy with Harry and Ron's easing expressions. "I suppose you're thinking you'll be enjoying yourselves with that oaf? Well, think again, boy, it's into the forest where you're going, and I'm much mistaken if you'll come out in one piece," he said ominously. I saw Ron stop in his tracks. "Forest?" he said, his face paling. "We can't go in there at night, there are all sorts of creatures in there, werewolves, I heard," he said. TT was surprising since Draco was the one meant to say that line. I too find it odd, quite contradictory if whoever sent us on this detention to pick the Forbidden Forest. After all, didn't Dumbledore specifically say all pupils are forbidden? I added with a smile. Everyone had pensive expressions as they thought over my words. "Not so cocky now, are we, Weasley?" said Draco with an arrogant expression. "Says the kid who's scared of his own shadow," I said with a chuckle, but froze the next second. But, if you're so brave, then you don't mind taking on the werewolf behind you, all right?" I stuttered as I pretend to be shocked and sacred while backing up. Draco's face paled as he spun around only to see nothing there. He turned around and his face contorted in anger. He was probably mad at my mocking smile directed at him. Even Ron and Harry chimed in with their own laughter. Before we could talk much more, Hagrid came striding forward towards us out of the dark. Fang at his heel. I saw him carrying a massive crossbow that looked almost small in his hands. It was as big as my torso and yet he made it look tiny. Really reminded me of Shaq and his plastic water bottles. "About time," he said. "I been waiting for half an hour already. All right, you guys?" he asked as he looked at the pale Draco. "You shouldn't be too friendly with them, Hagrid. They're here to be punished after all," he said coldly as he looked at us. "That's why you're late, is it?" said Hagrid, frowning at what Filch had just said. "Been lecturing dem, eh? 'S not your place to do that. "Yay, done your bit, I'll take it from here," he said, waving Filch off in annoyance. "TCH, whatever, I'll be back at dawn for what's left of them," he said before beginning to walk away. "Don't let the door hit you on your way back, you sadistic prick," I said with a grin. Filch stopped mid-step and turned around and glared at me fiercely. He seemed to look up for a second and turned around and left. I smiled and also turned to look, only to find Hagrid staring at Filch menacingly. "You shouldn't talk to the staff like that, Tom," he said sternly, but a small smile crept on his face. Ron turned to Hagrid and then stared into the forest. "Hagrid, are we really going in there?" he asked, nodding towards the deep black forest that seemed like it would eat you alive. I had no doubt it probably would. "Yay, can't do nothing about it," said Hagrid. "Is it really that dangerous, Hagrid?" Harry chimed in as he stepped up. "It can most definitely be," he said before looking towards the forest. "Right then," he said, jolting us out of our thoughts. "Now, listen carefully, 'cause it's dangerous what we're gonna do tonight, and I don't want no one takin' risks. Follow me over here a moment." He led us to the very edge of the forest and held up his lamp to light up a small part in the immediate vicinity. He looked for a second before walking into the forest through a narrow, winding dirt track that disappeared into the black trees. A light breeze blew on our cloaks and hair as we peered into the abyss that connected each tree to the other. "Look here," Hagrid said, his voice seemed like a lighthouse in the dark, pulling us out of our trance-like state as we observed the silvery liquid coating the edge of his 4 digits. "See this silvery stuff on the ground and on my fingers? This is unicorn's blood. A unicorn in there been hurt badly by someat. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're gonna try and find the poor thing. We might have to put it out of its misery." "And what if whatever hurt the unicorn finds us first?" asked Draco. I couldn't help but scream in my mind, "Red flag! Red flag! The guy jinxed it." "There's nothing that lives in the forest that'll hurt ye if you're with me or Fang," he said proudly. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, which made everyone but Hagrid jump. "I'm sorry, that was just such a good joke, Hagrid, I had to laugh. There are things in this forest that will kill you as easily as strolling in a park. You should know that far better than me. What? Do you think that silly crossbow will save you from trolls, giants, and acromantulas? Please, there are things out there that will kill all of us in seconds. Not to rain on your parade or anything, but werewolves do exist here. We are just lucky it isn't a full moon. And don't get me started on Fang, might as well have brought out your other dog. Maybe then it might have been more useful," I said truthfully while giving him a knowing smile. Hagrid looked at me with surprise and reproach. I just shrugged. The guy shouldn't dial down the danger here just to calm the nerves of a bunch of kids. Ron, Harry, and even Draco looked at me with pale faces as their bodies shook slightly from my words. As we walked forward, Hagrid tried to calm down the trio as best he could, which seemed to work to some extent. We soon arrived at a fork in the trail. "We will need to split off and search. If you hear or see anything, yell and we'll come runnin'. Now, Ron and Draco, come with me. Harry and Tom, you go that way," he said as he pointed towards the rightmost path. Harry and I looked at each other and walked down the indicated path, and before long, Hagrid, Ron, and Draco could no longer be seen. Honestly though, how stupid of an idea is this? Yeah, sure, let's split into groups comprised of first years in a fucking deadly-ass forest. Now that is what I call a punishment. Harry seemed to be on edge as we walked forward. I asked Drac to alert me when we were close to Voldemort so that I was ready. We walked for another 5 minutes down the narrow track filled with potholes, when I suddenly heard Drac's voice. "Voldemort is 150 meters ahead. Be careful. If you need help, just say the word," he said confidently. I nodded silently and quietly took out my wand and hid it under the sleeve of my cloak. He would definitely try to attack us, but he wouldn't be expecting an 11-12-year-old to strike back. What I was curious about was why he always went for physical contact. Even in this confrontation coming up, he rushed towards Harry rather than using his wand. Because of Voldemort's existence within Quirrell, answered Drac. It was like a light bulb suddenly turned on in my head. It seems that due to Voldemort's presence within Quirrell, he is debilitated. Probably due to the magic being siphoned out of him. Voldemort needs to survive some way, like a parasite. That might explain why Quirrell needs to feed on the unicorn. But wouldn't that mean that I wasn't needed? After all, Harry was protected by Lily's sacrificial spell. He couldn't be touched. You're wrong, he can still kill Harry. He is weak and can't use magic on a regular basis, but that does not mean he can't use it at all. If pushed into a corner, he will use it. Probably explains why he spent so much time trying to find Fluffy's weakness instead of simply killing it. Then what are the chances of him using a curse or a spell on Harry? 25%. From what I can feel, he will be able to top up on unicorn blood and be able to use magic again, but only for a short amount of time, about a month. I assume he fed on the unicorn to give him enough life force to sustain magical use if need be. Harry couldn't disarm Quirrell. After all, he learns the spell next year after Snape's performance. Which means that Harry is theoretically easy pickings. He's defenseless, and I can't take a chance on his supposed plot armor. It seems that I'll need to attend their fight over the stone after all. Tom, what is that? He said as he backed up suddenly. I looked in his direction and saw a cloaked figure reaching towards the unicorn on the ground. It lowered its head over the wound on the animal's neck and began to drink its blood. I smiled slightly and cast the reducto spell towards the cloaked figure. It was caught by surprise but somehow managed to dodge in time. The tree that was behind where the cloaked figure originally stood wasn't so lucky and instantly swirled and shattered into many pieces, creating a very loud trunk snapping sound that reverberated throughout the forest. Upon landing, the hooded figure raised its head and looked right at me, and hairy unicorn blood was running down the side of his mouth. It got up from its kneeling position and sped towards us as its feet left the ground. I waited until he was close enough. Incarcerus, I said lightly. The cloaked figure, who was an arm's length away, couldn't dodge in time and suddenly found itself tied up by massive thick ropes, restricting all movement. What is that? Harry asked in a panic as he winced in pain while grabbing his forehead. He couldn't take it and had to kneel on the ground. I didn't answer and swiftly sent another stupefy, but the target was not the cloaked figure, but Harry instead. Harry was too busy trying to tolerate the pain to notice the spell and was swiftly knocked unconscious. I turned my head towards the cloaked figure, who was wriggling around like a worm on the ground. I really want to kill him, Drac. I do too, trust me, but we don't gain anything from it, neither can you truly kill him. You will only be killing the body he is taking shelter in. There is nothing we can do to permanently kill him at this time. Therefore, we must reap the most benefits from this to make up for it, he said logically. I sighed softly in annoyance before observing the cloaked figure that was Voldemort. Why? Asked Voldemort in a raspy, aged voice as he looked at the unconscious Harry and then at me. Dark Lord, I am the adopted son of one of your loyal supporters, Lucius Malfoy, I said as convincingly as possible while bowing my head to hide the mockery in my gaze. Adopted then, why do you not share the same name? He asked with suspicion. Yes, adopted. My biological father, another one of your many loyal supports, died. His last name was Knight. He was good friends with Lucius and left me in his care. That is why I do not share the same name, I said, acting as innocent as possible while faking a slight shiver. Interesting, I didn't know Lucius was into charity, he said with a slight trace of surprise mixed in with mockery. But you have not answered my question, he said sternly. I can only thank Lucius for taking me in when he didn't have to, I said, still bowing. My adopted father has been searching for you ever since you disappeared. Ever since I found out about the Philosopher's Stone, I expected you to be here to find it. Lucius, Voldemort said with a disdainful snort, out of all my servants who would have expected that Lucius would be so loyal. Dark Lord, do you need my help with anything, maybe acquiring the Philosopher's Stone? I said, as the son of your most loyal servant, I am willing to serve. I straightened my back and looked at him. Why attack me, if you knew it was me under the hood? He asked. Would you want a useless person helping you? I asked back instead of answering. No, I would not. Exactly, therefore it was done to prove my worth to you, to show you that I am worthy enough to serve you. Voldemort nodded slightly with a pensive look for a moment. Fine, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself, he said after a few seconds of thought. Thank you, I said while bowing again. As much as I didn't want to, the show must go on. I suggest the Dark Lord to get out of here since the groundskeeper and other students would have heard my use of the Reducta spell. They will probably be here any moment now, I said with a bit of anxiousness in my voice. Voldemort looked at me deeply for a second before nodding. Wait for my future order. How will I contact you? I said quickly as Voldemort was about to turn and leave. I hack connections inside, he said mysteriously and quickly fled into the never-ending darkness that submerged the entire forest. When Drac told me that Voldemort had left the 100-meter radius, I dropped the anxious, shivering act and spat on the ground. Fucking clown, I hissed. Who? You? Asked Drac with a laugh. I ignored him and cast a spell that launched a flare into the air. I turned and looked towards the unconscious Harry and left him there since there was no point in doing anything to him. He would wake up by himself shortly anyway. I therefore sat on the tree roots nearby and looked at the dead unicorn lying motionless on the ground. It had lost all of its brilliance and was only left with a dull white-colored pelt. Such a majestic creature used as a health pack, life is cruel. As I was deep in thought, a deep voice came from behind me. Are you okay? It asked. I turned around sharply, acting on edge, and only relaxed when I saw a centaur looking at me with a surprised expression. You're not afraid of me? He asked in a pleasantly surprised way. Well, after what we just encountered, I don't think you scare me much, I said with a shrug. The centaur looked at me with surprise and concern. But where are my manners, Thomas Knight? I said with a nod. My name is Fyarns, curious little human, he responded. Anyway, are you okay? He repeated. I waved him off. I'm fine, but my classmate here is knocked out for some unknown reason, and there is a dead unicorn over there, I said, pointing at Harry before moving my hand and pointing at the dead unicorn. Before Fyarns was able to speak, a sudden voice came from behind him. What happened? It was Hagrid, Ron, and Draco. I sighed. We found the attacker. Well, he was wearing a cloak over his face, so I couldn't identify him or her. I don't really know what happened, but after seeing the cloaked figure, Harry started to hold his scar in pain and passed out, I explained convincingly. Ron ran towards the unconscious Harry while Hagrid followed closely. Ron got on his knees and shook Harry a bit in an attempt to wake him. It wasn't long before Harry started to open his eyes and looked around in confusion. Thank Merlin, you're fine, said Hagrid as he sighed in relief. What happened, Harry? Asked Ron with a concerned look. Harry looked at me expectantly. What? I asked. You would know more than me. I fell unconscious unexpectedly after seeing the cloaked figure, he said with a shrug. There's not much to tell. As soon as you fell unconscious, I threw some spells like Reducto, which you guys probably heard, and that scared it away. It seemed incredibly weak, I said, holding my chin with my hand as I pretended to be in deep thought. Do you think it's a vampire? Asked Draco unexpectedly. No, I said, shaking my head. If it was a vampire, I don't think it would need to cut open a wound this large to drink its blood. It has fangs for a reason. Plus, vampires wouldn't be so desperate as to go for unicorns. Normal human blood would do a good enough job, I explained. What could it be then? Harry chimed in after hearing my explanation. Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood is used for? Asked Firens. No, said Harry, shaking his head. We've only used the horn and tail hair for potions so far. That is because it is a cursed thing to slay a unicorn. That is, I explained, it is said that only a person who has nothing to lose at all, at the end of the rope per se, would stoop the level so low as to commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep someone alive, even if they are an inch from death, but it comes at a horrible price. Due to slaying such a pure and holy creature so defenseless only to save your life, the person will live a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips, I concluded. Exactly, said Firens while nodding at my explanation. Unless all you need is to stay alive long enough to drink something else, something that can bring you back to your full strength and power, something that will mean you can never face death. Harry Potter, do you know what exactly is hidden in the school at this very moment? Asked Firens. Harry was confused for a couple of seconds before looking at Ron in astonishment and realization. The stone. Of course, the elixir of life. But I don't understand who. Can you really think of nobody who has waited for decades to return to power, who has clung to life like a cockroach, waiting for their chance? Firens pushed. I could see Harry pale at the thought. He was slightly shaking. Do you mean, Harry spoke dryly, that was Vol? Enough, yelled Hagrid. No more of this nonsense. We need to head back to the school. It is clearly not safe out here. Firens, please take the unicorn with you, said Hagrid, to which Firens nodded solemnly. May we meet again if fate allows it, Harry Potter, said Firens as he waved goodbye and carried the dead horse with him. A couple of other centaurs arrived and helped him carry it as they too disappeared into the darkness of the forest. We soon got ready and headed back to the castle. It was an awkward walk back. Harry was probably thinking of Voldemort, but I couldn't help but be in a semi-good mood. After all, I had accomplished my goal. Voldemort would probably believe me until I confront him. He has no way of verifying if what I said was true or not. He can't ask Draco since he's being secretive and Draco is a child. Telling him would be unwise. So, there was a cause for celebration. We soon arrived back at the hut where Hagrid said his goodbye and walked back into his house. Filch, who had been informed by Hagrid, walked over to us with a grim face. He couldn't believe that we came out alive, and grumbled that we didn't even stay in there for an hour and had to come back already. He complained the whole way back before disappearing after reaching the castle courtyard. Draco made his way back on his own to the Slytherin common room, and Harry, Ron, and I made our way back to the Gryffindor one. Harry, are you okay? Asked Ron, who looked over to see Harry still in thought. Harry raised his head up and looked at Ron and then at me. Do you think that Voldemort is back? Asked Harry seriously. Ron hesitated since he wasn't sure. It was evident on his face. I simply shrugged. Probably, after all, he vanished. A body was never found. There are many mysteries about you-know-who. It doesn't really matter whether he is alive or not, though. This thing about the Philosopher's Stone you guys mentioned and being able to give Voldemort strength again. It seems that someone is trying to steal it. I pretended to analyze. Ron and Harry looked at me in shock. How did you get all that from a simple conversation? Asked Ron. Weasley, don't compare me to your mental capacity. You wouldn't understand. It's not hard to figure all of this out, but since you two seem to be on the case, I'll let both of you work on it. As I said before, it doesn't matter who is trying to steal the stone, you just need to stop them, right? I asked. Right, said Harry while Ron had indignant written all over his face after being called stupid. I simply ignored him as we all went to our assigned beds and went to sleep. The night went by with Harry tossing and turning. Ron wasn't much better since it was probably a tough night for both of them. Especially Harry, meeting your parents' killer would be tough. I was in the same position yet so very different at the same time. I will use Potter until he is of no further use and emerge from his shadow. He will be the flame that attracts the moth while I reap all the benefits. I need to act like a loyal follower in the presence of Quirrell since I will be under his and Voldemort's intense scrutiny. This will only be for a couple of weeks before the fated battle arrives. I hated having to act like this for the murderer of my parents, even if it wasn't by his own hands. Shaking away the thoughts that surged like waves in my head, I thought about what to do. There were exams starting soon and I already had everything memorized. There was no point in paying attention. What I needed to do now was lay low and act normal as to not arouse suspicion. I needed to bide my time. And just like that, 2 weeks went by and exams started. Hermione, being the hyperactive girl that she was, rushed some last-minute study even though she had gone through the same stuff more than 1,000,000 times. She had just as good a memory as me. I simply couldn't understand what she wanted to accomplish. But, unlike us, everyone else was super busy scurrying around like a group of ants trying to cram in some last-minute study before the exams started. I even began to hang out with Seamus Finnegan since I was so bored when Hermione wasn't around. He was a jolly fellow with a good personality. His blonde hair and thick Irish accent made it fun to be around him. He would blow shit up every so often, but I would be prepared in advance so that I wasn't affected. Naturally, if you're hanging out with Seamus, Dean Thomas was around as well. He was a proper lad, well-dressed and seemed to be the rational one of the duo. He was a half-blood wizard who had short curly hair and was a bit taller than me. It was a bit of a shock when I saw him simply because I had a growth spurt after taking the potion. He was very fun to talk to and we had a lot of similarities. He loved to play games when he was small after his father died. What I found fascinating was that according to what I remember, his father was Regulus Black. It was quite interesting, to say the least. I was also interested to see if he appeared in the Black ancestry painting. It was said that Sirius was the last family member from the Blacks, but if Dean was really the son of Regulus Black, then he should have inherited the Black family instead of Harry. But Sirius did give it all to Harry, so there was that. I did gloss over that detail in the books, so the information wasn't all there. It was an interesting dynamic, nonetheless. Seamus was into fighting and all that, which further increased our bond. When he found out I did something called MMA, he was fascinated. He asked me to show him, and after sparring for a bit and throwing him around like a ragdoll for an hour, Seamus was fascinated and began to ask more questions about it. I didn't mind too much since it was rare to share a common interest with others. Dean was into academics and had good grades, unlike Seamus, which allowed us to share something in common. I even gave him pointers for the upcoming exams, so that he would do better. All in all, it was good to socialize with others that weren't Hermione. But she was irreplaceable in a certain sense. She was just unique in her conduct and behavior that brought a colorful flavor to my initially black and white life. In this dreadful heat, we could be seen seated in a big hall where all the tables were aligned neatly in rows, 10 desks wide and 20 deep, making it a good number of students per batch of examinees. We were given a new quill for the exams, which had been bewitched with an anti-cheating spell. I didn't really care whether it had an anti-cheat spell or not. I aced the test with 30 minutes to spare and walked out of the test hall under the glares of all the other students. I spotted Ron giving me a deathly glare as I walked by his table, which only made me want to drag his ass out the hall and beat the living daylight out of him. Noticing my gaze, I saw him recoil back before burying his head in his empty papers that didn't have much writing on them due to his stupid habit of not studying. Harry wasn't much better, but at least he had something down. The practical exams were a thing here as well. Professor Flitwick called us one by one into his class to see if we could make a pair of dress shoes tap dance across the desk, which was a very easy feat for me. I noticed Flitwick's expectant gaze as he saw me walk in. He wasn't disappointed when I performed it perfectly. I could have done more than that, but it was unnecessary as I wouldn't have gotten extra points. Professor McGonagall's practical exam was much more interesting to watch. She asked us to turn a mouse into a snuffbox. Points were given for how elaborate the design was, but points were also taken away if any of the mouse's characteristics, predominantly whiskers and fur, were seen on it. I was able to do it perfectly. I even went a step further and made a Michelangelo-like design on the side of the box with a beautiful ocean blue gem embedded into the golden case. It looked like something a queen would have in her room filled with jewelry and other things. Professor McGonagall was very surprised and impressed to see such a delicate yet detailed design in a snuffbox. It just went on to further prove that I was much more inclined towards imagination and visualization. This was further accentuated when Hermione performed it and came out with an elegant yet basic design with all the proportions correct to the goddamn decimal place. But her design lacked any oomph. It was more of a med design that wouldn't catch much attention if put out on display. She still got full points since it was done according to the guidelines, but I actually got an extremely rare extra couple of points awarded to the best transfigured snuffbox in the grade. The next practical exam was the edgelord Snape's. He made 90% of the students nervous as he glared at each and every one of them, as if intentionally doing so to add pressure to the already nervous group. Neville could be seen shivering like a leaf in a hurricane as he stared at Snape with intense fear. It reminded me of the third year where it explored everyone's fears. I honestly think this is a very bad thing to do to others, as it allows enemies to observe and note down the deepest fears of opponents. Sure, they were simply third years, but if I knew Ron had an irrational fear of spiders, I would sneak one in his bed every night. Ha ha ha, good idea, Tom. I praised myself as a smile spread across my lips. I almost pity the redhead. Almost. Hehe, said Drac with a burst of evil laughter. Getting my thoughts back on track, Snape would breathe down our necks at every turn as we attempted to make a forgetfulness potion. Hermione, having some kind of natural talent with potions, easily completed it in record time. Snape seemed to be more pleased with her now that she didn't show her know-it-all attitude during class. I didn't lag behind by much, even with some hiccups, and completed it as well. Sadly, Harry and Ron were in a league of their own. Harry did the best he could, but he seemed to be tired and in pain for some reason. Seeing him grab his scar, I assumed it had something to do with Voldemort, and it seemed to be a recurring theme as it happened often after his encounter in the forest. I overheard Neville trying to comfort him. It seemed he believed that Harry had a terrible case of exam nerves. I knew that Harry was actually suffering from a lack of sleep due to waking up very often, sweating profusely. Nightmares, I assumed. I even used legilimency to see what he was seeing, and my guess was confirmed. He was seeing the hooded figure of Voldemort over and over again. Moving on, we had our last exam, History of Magic. A course I slept through without fail. I didn't even know what was going on most of the time and would only be awoken when class was done by Hermione, who was equally not paying attention. The benefits of having a super memory were off the scales when it came to courses like history. It was a 1-hour exam answering questions about batty old wizards who'd invented self-stirring cauldrons. After this soul-draining exam finished and Professor Binns told us it was the end of the stipulated time and that we had to roll up our parchments, I couldn't help but cheer a bit. I don't think I have ever experienced time passing so slowly as it had for the past hour. I think I even saw flies flying in slow motion. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. It seems I did all that studying for nothing, especially the 1673 Werewolf Code of Conduct or the Rebellions of the Goblins. Such a waste of time, said Hermione with a regretful tone. I flicked her forehead. What did I tell you? You shouldn't have studied so hard. There was no need for it, but your effort is most commendable. Maybe you'll get a medal, I teased. Hermione, who had just finished, didn't get angry and only laughed with me before walking out of the class alongside all the other relived and stress-free students. That afternoon, having just finished a sumptuous dinner, Hermione and I sat on the couch talking about random trivial things when we saw Harry and Ron come back. Harry had a scrunched-up face that spelled worried all over it. There was also a hint of determination. I quickly read his mind and saw what happened. It wasn't that difficult, as legilimency would bring up the memories of the target, and since Harry was in deep thought, the memories I saw first pertained to the issue I wanted to know about. It seems that he talked to McGonagall, and it appears that Quirrell has decided to act now while Dumbledore was also out of the castle. Naturally, Harry still thinks that it's Snape, but that didn't matter. What's happening? Hermione asked with an expectant look. What do you mean? I asked. What do you mean? Me, what was he thinking to be pulling such a frown? She asked with a straight face. I, on the other hand, gaped at her implied meaning. You did not just assume I used legilimency on him, did you? I asked incredulously. How much have I corrupted the poor girl? Don't take me for a fool, Tom, now spill the beans, she said with the same straight face. I could only shake my head in admiration. Admiration at my own work of art. Such a naive girl turning out like this, simply masterful work. Shut the hell up, God, how big is your ego? Get to it. It's been so boring lately with all your stupid studying. Let's have some fun with Baldy, Drax said with a cackle. I could only shake my head before explaining what I saw to Hermione. Harry and Ron had just made it past our couch when I heard Ron's voice. Harry, you're mad, we can't do that, he argued as he shook Harry's shoulder. Hermione, who had heard Ron, looked in their direction as well. So what, Ron? Harry shouted, don't you understand? If Snape gets hold of the stone, Voldemort is coming back. Haven't you heard what it was like when he was trying to take over? There won't be any Hogwarts to get expelled from. He'll destroy it, or worse, turn it into a school that teaches the dark arts. Losing points doesn't matter anymore, can't you see this? Do you think he'll give up killing you or your parents if we win the House Cup? If I get caught before I can get to the stone, I'll just return to the Dursleys and wait for Voldemort to kill me. I'm going through the trapdoor tonight. Nothing you do will stop me, he said adamantly. Asterisk clap asterisk asterisk clap asterisk asterisk clap asterisk. Harry and Ron paused their argument when they heard the sound of clapping. They looked over towards where me and Hermione were. I stopped clapping since I had grabbed their attention successfully. Well, Potter, I must admit, you do have some redeemable qualities after all, and who knew you could actually use your brain? I thought it was only used to amass cobwebs, I said while feigning a surprised expression. But I do have to say, you are right on all accounts. This school would be over if Voldemort was allowed to return. And he would most definitely kill muggles and families who sympathize with them, I said, turning my head towards Ron. As for your plan, I doubt you two idiots would be able to get through the dog, let alone all the other traps, so I'll be coming with you to ensure our golden boy doesn't drop dead on us too soon, I said before standing up. Hermione got up at the same time as me and stood by my side quietly. How do you know about the dog? Asked Harry with a shocked expression. Well, let's just say I was curious about what Dumbledore was telling us to stay away from. It turns out to be a three-headed dog. I wonder how they got it in there. Did they shrink it somehow? That's not important, Tom, said Ron with an angry look. Right. Sorry, it was a question I'll ask Dumbledore later. You don't have a problem with me joining you, right? I said with a grin. Ron was about to answer when I cut in, and don't forget, one word about this and you're stuck in here for the rest of the night. I wonder what would happen then, I said while holding my chin as if I was actually thinking about the consequences. Ron and Harry's faces paled slightly, and Hermione giggled at their reactions. Tom, that's not nice. We will lose more points if you do that, she said half jokingly and half seriously. Fine, you can come with us, but we won't have enough room if we use my father's invisibility cloak, he blurted out before covering his mouth. I didn't really react to it, but Hermione looked at them questioningly. Harry was reluctant, but eventually explained the use of his cloak, which stunned Hermione for a good couple of seconds. That's not a problem, I have my way around it. We will follow behind you. Let's wait until nighttime to do so though, I added, since we had a better chance of going undetected. As we were getting ready, I couldn't help but think about the conversation I had earlier this morning. Flashback. While everyone was walking out of the data exam and I lagged behind purposefully. A week ago, during our couple of the last lessons in data, Quirrel presented himself as a servant of the Dark Lord. His task for me back then was to send a letter to the Ministry that there was an urgent need for Dumbledore. Naturally, I was given the task under the premise that I was the adopted son of Lucius, who he looked fondly upon. Well, that was what I fed him anyway. I naturally didn't have that connection, but I knew someone who did. I got Drac to send me the information pertaining to the use of Imperio, and after a couple of hours, I was able to pull it off. It would have taken longer if it wasn't for Drac sending me the information. I used Imperio on Draco and made him write a letter to Lucius explaining that Voldemort needed Dumbledore out of the school so that he can be revived. A fake letter from the Ministry would do the trick. He emphasized that this was Voldemort's idea, lest he thinks Draco grew a brain. Draco explained that he had made contact with the vessel Voldemort was currently residing in, Quirrel, to steal a stone in order to gain a body of his own. He mentioned his chance meeting during his detention in the forest, which Draco would have reported to his father for sure, and that Quirrel, who was actually Voldemort, recognized him. Naturally, due to the lack of time, he would give him this order now rather than before. He also said that he didn't mention anything in his last letter since he was nervous. Voldemort said that since Lucius was one of his loyal followers, he should do this and that there was no time to waste. It should be sent exactly a week from the moment this letter is received. Draco, who was under the Imperio curse, didn't hesitate and sent the owl to his father. And that brought us to the morning before the attempted robbery. I stayed behind to inform him that it had all been done according to the order. I have completed the task, Professor G. Good job, he said, seemingly annoyed. It was noticeable from his impatient and dismissive tone directed towards me. May I ask what the Dark Lord plans to do today? I asked curiously. None of your business, Quirrel hissed in an arrogant tone. Go back to your common room and wait for future orders. I simply nodded my head and walked out of the room calmly. End of flashback. We were all ready. After waiting for everyone to go to sleep, Harry, Ron, and I walked out of the men's wing, just in time to catch Hermione walking out of the girls' wing. As we walked down the steps and past a couple of chairs, we soon heard a familiar yet shaky voice. What are you all doing out of bed? Said Neville from the corner of the room. He appeared from behind an armchair, clutching Trevor, his toad. He looked as though he'd been making another bid for freedom. I wondered what Neville did to the poor toad. And nothing, Neville, nothing, said Harry, who turned sharply towards the source of the voice. He hurriedly hid the cloak behind his back. I could clearly see Neville not believing Harry's words at all. Well, anyone would notice what we were doing, out of bed at this hour, sneaking around. doesn't take a genius to figure out. You're going out again, aren't you? He said. I thought you said last time was a mistake, Harry, and you Tom, he said, looking in my direction with a disappointed look. What the hell was that for? No, interrupted Hermione. No, we're not. Why don't you go to bed, Neville? She asked, trying to convince him. I could see Harry peering over at the grandfather clock leaning on the wall by the door. I could guess he was feeling pressured, but there actually wasn't any need to rush. After all, Quirrell would never get the stone, no matter how much he looked at it in the mirror. You can't go out, said Neville adamantly, clearly not swayed at all by Hermione's pleas. You'll be caught again. Gryffindor will be in even more trouble, he said, getting a little angry. You don't understand, voiced Harry. This is much bigger than Poi. Harry was cut off when he saw Neville getting up and steeling himself before pulling out his wand. I won't let you. He was cut off, Flapendo, I voiced, waving my wand with a certain motion. It was a knockback jinx I had learned for dueling. Who knew I would use it for the first time against poor old Neville? I didn't give him a chance to move before using Petrificus Totalis, effectively freezing him for a good couple of hours, or at least until something used finite on him. Harry and Ron showed shocked expressions while Hermione showed a regretful look while shaking her head. Moving on, I said, pointing at the door. Harry snapped out of his stupor and covered himself and Ron with the cloak. I cast all the concealment spells I knew, anti-smell, anti-sound, and a spell to conceal my figure by blending me in with my surroundings. I was like active commo. I had taught Hermione how to do them since it would be better for her to know rather than have me do it all the time. I had put a tracker on Harry like I did last time, which allowed me to see his footprints. Hermione did the same and therefore had no problem following along. We soon made it to the 3rd floor where we found the door locked after Harry tried to open it. What do we do now? Harry asked, revealing his head from the cloak. I undid my anti-sound spell. Relax, let me do it, I said before walking towards the door and using the Alohomora charm on it. It worked like a charm, pun intended. We walked into the sound of a harp playing a soothing melody and a 3-headed dog sleeping soundly. We all revealed ourselves quickly and stared at the dog. Look, over there, the door is under its foot, whispered Harry as he pointed at Fluffy's left paw. But before we could come up with a plan, the melody stopped. Guys, the melody stopped. What are we going to do? Said Ron as he stared at the dog that was awakening from its sleep. I smiled slightly and waved my wand towards the harp. It began to play a tune that was incredibly soothing and melodious. Ron, Harry, and even Hermione sighed in relief. We managed to move the paw from the door, and just as the idiot Ron was about to jump in, I grabbed his collar and dragged him back. He fell on his ass with a thud before staring daggers at me. Why did you do that for? He hissed while rubbing his butt with his hand. What kind of idiot jumps into a hole without checking what's in it, dumbass? I responded with irritation. I walked over to the edge before casting Lumos Maxima down the hole. The green snake-like vines that intertwined and overlapped came into sight. Everyone gasped. I ignored it and pointed my wand through the opening. Lumos Solemn, the once sturdy vines began to writhe in pain before receding. A hole was made, wide enough for us to fit through. Now we jump, I said before grabbing Ron and chucking him down the hole like a test dummy. Harry gave a reproachful look but only observed on from the ledge. We soon heard thud and an ouch before jumping in ourselves. After all, Ron was the expendable one here. He had 6 other siblings to replace him at home. We soon landed on the ground and patted the dust off of our clothes that had covered us. I noticed the burning stare coming from Ron but chose to ignore it. Maybe he'll snap, and I'll have the chance to break a couple of his bones. I grinned before walking forward with Hermione beside me. Harry helped Ron up before chasing after us. We walked down a narrow corridor which only served to echo our footsteps. There was a gentle and rhythmic dripping of water trickling down the side of the walls. I have no clue where the water is coming from, neither do I know how this place can be an actual thing on the 3rd floor. I mean, how thick is the separation between floors to accommodate such a thing? But there could be magic involved, like compressing space like in a suitcase. Who knows? We continued down the narrow corridor. "Do you hear something?" asked Hermione. I stopped walking, and so did the others, and as soon as the echoing of our footsteps stopped, the fluttering of small wings could be heard. It was the key trial. We walked into the spacious room that was brilliantly lit, its ceilings arching to the heavens themselves. The sound seemed to be made by the dozens of keys with wings flying about like a school of fish. On the opposite side of the chamber, a smaller wooden door could be seen, which was obviously locked. There must be a spell in the door, since Alohomora didn't work upon trying it out. Naturally, I knew it wouldn't, but I had to keep up the act for appearance's sake. "What do you think we have to do?" asked Ron as he stared at the large group of flying keys. "Well, seeing that the lock is worn out, rusty and big, we should be looking for a key with those specific characteristics," I said calmly. "There's nothing in here except a broom and a bunch of flying keys." "Oh, so it seems one of them fits the lock on the door," said Hermione. I nodded in acknowledgement. Harry and Ron both looked at the broom and then at the flying keys. "Flying a broomstick to get the key, I assume?" said Ron as he looked at Harry. I smiled and pulled out my wand before aiming it at the key I wanted. "Akio," I said mildly. The key that was struggling to fly in the air was suddenly halted for a moment before coming down quickly and landing in my hand. It seems that the key trial was only meant to test the trivial skill of flying a broomstick. I shook my head slightly before walking towards the wooden door. Upon slotting the key into the hole, it went in like a glass slipper and opened with a creak. A room that was originally pitch black suddenly lit up with flame-lit candles on the sides of the walls, illuminating a black and white checkered designed floor. Stone pieces were aligned on either side of the board, shaped to fit a certain medieval look. The only difference was that one set was white while the other was black. Naturally, this was the 4th test. The chess game. "Chess," said Ron as he looked at the similar yet different design. We got closer, and Harry attempted to walk by, only to be stopped by a black chess piece. "Do we have to play to get across?" asked Harry. The stone statue nodded before remaining still like before. I really wanted to learn this spell. It would be so cool to have an army of stone statues battling, or even metal ones. Snapping out of my fantasy, I could hear Ron giving orders on where to stand. I looked on in slight amusement before shaking my head and walking towards the black pawns. I stood about 10 meters away before pointing my wand in front of me. "Tom, what are you doing?" asked Ron in annoyance. "Making this game a lot easier," I said with a grin. "Bombarda Maxima." I spoke. The originally perfectly carved statue exploded into hundreds of pieces. But the explosion was bigger than I thought and blew up the surrounding 5 pieces. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared on in shock and realization. I continued until all the pieces were destroyed except the king. I saw it get down from its stone throne and take off its crown and throw it on the floor. It almost looked indignant about how I did it, but it was probably my imagination. "Blowing stuff up as usual, I see," said Hermione as she stood beside me staring at my masterpiece. "What can I say? It was a quick and easy solution," I shrugged while answering before walking towards the door that led to the next trial. "Ready?" I asked Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were behind me. They nodded and got ready for whatever was behind the door. As we walked through the door, We were hit by a foul odor that threatened to suffocate us. We covered our faces with our cloaks. But the smell was like a curse. It seeped through the cloak and made our eyes water. In the middle of the big room was a mountain troll similar to the one that was set loose inside the castle during Halloween. But this one was asleep or knocked out by Professor Quirrel nonetheless. I was curious about what his connection was with trolls. Was it simply an interest or did it go deeper? It was a question I probably wouldn't get an answer to. We hugged the rim of the wall and shuffled across in order to not startle the troll awake. I was not confident in winning without using Drac. It was tense for a good minute since the wall was long and our movements were slow to minimize sound. After what seemed like forever, we finally arrived at the door through which we all rushed in. What appeared was a much smaller room with a table and 7 potions laid out. As soon as we stepped in, though, a fire spread around the room, cutting off all possible routes of escape. We were trapped. "Look," said Hermione as she seized the roll of paper lying next to the bottles. She spread it open on the table so that it could be read by everyone present. It read the following: "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onwards, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight." Hermione sighed, but had an excited look while Harry and Ron looked on with furrowed brows. "Extraordinary," said Hermione. "This isn't magic, it's logic. A puzzle. A lot of the greatest wizards haven't got an ounce of logic. They'd be stuck here forever," she said with sparkling eyes. I couldn't help but think about her words. She was right. Most did lack logic. They were eccentric beings. You can see just how easily they are manipulated, how easy they are swayed by what the Daily Prophet says. They can't even understand what a goddamn rubber duck is for. It was baffling. "So, you can figure it out, right?" asked Ron worriedly. "Of course," she said, patting her chest proudly. "Everything we need is here on this sheet of paper." From the 4th clue, we know the contents of the red and black bottles are the same, since the potions that allow the drinker to go forward or backward are unique. And from the 3rd clue, the biggest one could not be poison. Red and black bottles must contain nettle wine, she said, pointing at specific bottles from the 7. From the 1st clue, white and green bottles, to the left of nettle wine, must contain poison, she said, moving her hand to point to the respective bottles. From the 2nd clue, white and purple bottles had different contents, but neither allowed the drinker to move forward, and since the white bottle contained poison and the 2 bottles containing nettle wine were known, the purple bottle must contain the potion to go back, she said, while once again pointing at the bottle she was talking about. From the 3rd clue, the blue bottle, the smallest, could not be the poison, so it must contain the potion to go ahead, while the yellow bottle was the 3rd bottle with poison, she concluded. Ron and Harry were shocked at her conclusion. Harry stared at the blue bottle intensely. "The only problem is there is only 1 potion to go back," I added while looking at the purple one with a soft smile. Everyone was enlightened to this fact, and everyone had grim faces. "Don't worry, Hermione, you go back and alert the professors of what is happening. Me and Ron will stay here and wait for help," I said. I looked at everyone to see if there were any objections. Seeing that there were none, Hermione reluctantly took the potion and walked towards me. "Be careful, I'll try to come back as soon as possible," she said seriously before walking into the flames. Instead of burning her, they parted and let her pass. Harry, Ron, and I turned towards each other. I smiled at the sight. "Well, Harry, off you go. Seeing that you're in such a rush to do the hero work, you can take the potion to advance forward," I said simply. Harry didn't argue and took the potion before walking through. "Well, it seems you and me will be staying here for a while," said Ron sadly. "Huh? Sure, like I'm going to stay here, mate. See you in a jiffy," I said before walking towards the wall of fire that was stopping me from walking through. Ron jumped up. "What are you doing? You can't go forwards or you'll be burned," he said quickly. "Well, there are always spells for every occasion, right?" I asked while stretching my hand into the fire. It didn't burn but instead felt nice and refreshing. "Drac, I assume this is because of you?" I asked while walking into the fire. "Correct, since I am a dragon of fire, you are naturally immune to any fire damage, spell or anything of the sort," he said proudly. "Very convenient. I can't complain that it came in hand right now," I though before continuing it walk forward and through the open door that Harry had rushed in from. Ron's gasps and shouts were soon drowned out by the sound of fire crackling around me. I soon came upon a wide room with many pillars, a flight of stairs leading downwards into a depression where the mirror of Arised was sitting. In front of it was Quirrell, who was talking to Potter. I made sure to use the concealing spells I learned to hide my presence and leaned behind a pillar and listened into their conversation. As I leaned against the wall, I could hear Quirrell and Harry talking. "You," gasped Harry incredulously. Quirrell smiled. His face wasn't twitching like it would usually be. "Me," he said with an unusual calmness. "I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter." Harry still had an unbelieving expression stuck on his face while shaking his head. "But I thought, Snape." "Severus." Quirrell laughed loudly, and it wasn't his usual quivering treble either, but a cold, mocking one. "Yes, Severus does seem the type, doesn't he? So useful to have him swooping around like an overgrown bat. Next to him, who would suspect P.P. Poor, since stuttering P. Professor Quirrell?" He acted with a smile. Harry continued to shake his head in denial. "That can't be right. He must be helping you." "He tried to kill me," he said adamantly. "Huh? No, no, no. I tried to kill you. Twice. And both times failed. I have to say, Potter, your luck is above average," Quirrell said with extreme annoyance. "Plot armor," I corrected. "I used Confundus to send you towards the troll in order to get you killed. Who knew that Dumbledore would come and save the day? And don't get me started on Snape. He was there stopping me from getting past that dreadful dog. If it wasn't for my weakened state, I would have simply killed it there and then," he said with a scowl. "Then there's that meddling little Granger girl who set fire to Snape's cloak. In an attempt to put out the fire, Snape knocked everyone to the floor, including me. That was when I broke eye contact with you. Another few seconds and I'd have got you off that broom. I'd managed it before then if Snape hadn't been muttering a counter curse, trying to save you. Out of character for someone who seems to hate you so much, I must admit." "Snape saved me, Hermione?" Harry asked with a shocked expression. "Of course," said Quirrell as he waved his hand with the same annoyed expression. "Why do you think he wanted to referee the following match? He was trying to make sure I didn't do it again. Funny, really he needn't have bothered. I couldn't do anything with Dumbledore watching. It was a miracle I was able to pull it off once. All the other teachers thought Snape was trying to stop Gryffindor from winning. He did make himself unpopular with his personality, and what a waste of time, when after all that, I'm going to kill you tonight." Harry didn't have time to react before Quirrell snapped his fingers. Ropes sprang out of thin air and wrapped themselves tightly around him. I was surprised, doing wandless magic in a weakened state. It seems that it was the right call to come here after all. Now, wait quietly, Potter. I need to examine this interesting mirror. Wasn't he literally staring at it by the time we came in? What, is he so egocentric that he was actually just staring at his reflection? I question. Typical villain, dumb as hell. This mirror is the key to finding the stone, Quirrell murmured, tapping his fingers over the frame of the mirror. Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this, but he's in London. I'll be far away by the time he finds out what happened. I could see Harry's hysterical look at the last sentence Quirrell voiced. I saw you and Snape in the forest, he blurted out. It seemed he was trying to buy time. For what? No one could save him if I wasn't here. Yes, said Quirrell idly, walking around the mirror to look at the back. He was on to me from pretty early on, like a dog. He was trying to find out how far I'd gotten. He tried to frighten me, as if he could, when I had Lord Voldemort on my side. Quirrell appeared from behind the mirror, but this time on the other side, and stared hungrily into it. I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? He asked in frustration. I could see Harry struggling against the ropes that were binding him, but they didn't even budge. Snape always seemed to hate me so much, though? Harry asked in a continued attempt to stall. Oh, he does, said Quirrell casually. Heavens, yes. He was at Hogwarts with your father, didn't you know? They loathed each other. But he never wanted you dead. But I heard you a few days ago, sobbing. I thought Snape was threatening you. I struggled to keep myself from laughing. I even covered my mouth, which barely contained the otherwise compromising laugh. I could see Quirrell's originally calm face twitch for the first time since his whole charade began. Sometimes, he said slowly, I find it hard to follow my master's orders. He is a great wizard and I am weak. You mean he was in the classroom with you the whole time? Asked Harry with a shocked expression. He is with me wherever I go, said Quirrell. The arrogant air around him was crumbling slowly. I met him when I was traveling the world. A foolish young man I was then, full of ridiculous ideas and notions about what I thought good and evil were supposed to be. I realized that there was only gray, nothing as clearly defined as black or white. Lord Voldemort showed me this. He showed me how flawed my original ideals were. There is no good and evil, only power, and those too weak to seek it. Since then, I have served him faithfully, although I have let him down many times. He has had to be very hard on me. Quirrell shuddered suddenly. He is not as forgiving when it comes to committing mistakes. When I failed to steal the stone from Gringotts, he was very angry with me. He punished me, decided he would have to keep a closer watch on me, he said, his voice trailing away. There was an eerie silence that hung in the air for a couple of minutes before an exasperated Quirrell huffed in displeasure. I don't get it. The stone is supposed to be in the mirror, so then why doesn't it appear? Maybe breaking it will work, he questions out loud to himself. As Quirrell was in deep thought, immersed in the mirror's reflection, I saw Harry, inching ever so slightly to the side where his reflection appeared in the mirror. Just as he was about to stop, he tripped and fell. I face-bombed. Quirrell was still talking to himself like a lost child with nowhere to go. What does this mirror do? How does it work? Help me, master. A voice that I had heard under the hood in the forest appeared once again. The same raspy, aged voice sounded, but this time from Quirrell's body. Use the boy. Quirrell seemed to be enlightened, like he saw the light at the end of the tunnel and instantly cheered up while sharply turning towards the still fallen Harry. That's right. Potter, come here, he said, snapping his fingers. The ropes binding Harry tightened even more before beginning to levitate. Harry, who was still bound, flew slowly towards Quirrell before landing in front of the mirror. Look into the mirror and tell me what you see, he commanded sternly. Harry, not being able to move, could only look towards the mirror with a worried expression. I couldn't see what he was seeing, but basing it off of my memory and the fact that something appeared in his pocket, I assume he got the stone. To think it was that easy to get. Geez, if only Quirrell knew how the mirror worked, he could have used Imperio on a student in order to get the stone. Since the mirror will only give the stone to someone who is looking for it but doesn't want to use it, it completely complies with the rules set by Dumbledore. It was shocking to see how little research Quirrell put into this plan of his. Well, he said impatiently, what do you see? Spit it out. I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I seem to have won the House Cup. I face-bombed. That was the best he could come up with, really. House Cup? God save us all. Quirrell seemed to believe it though, which made me even more dissatisfied. I wonder if some higher being was really just toying with the lives of the masses. Who knew? There weren't answers to my questions, and even more so, no one to ask for said answers. Quirrell cursed. Get out of the way, Potter, he said, shoving the still-bound Harry to the floor. As Quirrell was about to shatter the mirror, the same old voice echoed throughout the hall. He lies. He lies. Potter, Quirrell shouted like a kid who had been tricked out of his lollipop. Tell me the truth. What did you just see? The raspy, aged voice spoke. Let me speak to him face to face. But Master, we don't have much strength left, Quirrell reminded. I have enough for this. Harry, who was lying on the floor, had a look of shock and horror as he saw Quirrell take off the purple turban that had always been stuck to his head. Quirrell's head was actually the size of a rock melon at best. It was tiny. Maybe that was why he was so stupid. His brain was underdeveloped, I thought seriously. Quirrell, under the shocked, speechless gaze of Harry, turned around to reveal a pale white, dried-up face, red beady eyes and slits for nostrils. Not going to lie, he was definitely not a good-looking fellow. Riddle was always portrayed as a good-looking chap. To end up looking like this, immortality was defiantly not worth it. Harry Potter, he whispered as if struggling to raise his voice. Did he have a microphone under that rag of a turban? Why is he suddenly so quiet? I thought. Look what I have become because of you. The face contorted, mere shadow and vapor. I am forced to live inside of another living creature, like a mere parasite. But there were always those who have been willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has allowed me to remain inside of Quirrell here for much longer than usual, all for this moment. You saw Quirrell drinking it in the forest, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to make another body of my own. Now why don't you give me the stone in your pocket? I waved my wand silently, which loosened the ropes around Harry, allowing him to break free and stumble backwards. Don't kid yourself, said the face with a mocking smile. Better save your own life and join me, or you'll meet the same fate as your parents. They died, begging for my mercy, he said with a cackle. Well, technically the only one who begged was Snape. He begged to spare Lily. I didn't think Voldemort would have it in him to comply with such a request. That was probably why he gave Lily so many chances to step away. And the actual reason for his death. The sacrificial spell only works when the target has a choice. Funny how things work. Liar, yelled Harry defiantly. The face contorted into an evil smile. How touching. I always valued bravery. Yes, Potter, your parents were brave. I killed your father first, and he put up little resistance. I don't know what part of him was talented, but either way he soon fell. But your mother. Ho, your mother was brave. She didn't have to die. I even gave her many chances to walk away, but she protected you to the very end. Commendable, but futile. Now give me the stone, unless you want her sacrifice to be for naught, he said sternly. Never, Harry yelled. Fine, have it your way, he said with a grimace. Quirrell, as if jolted by electricity, jumped into action. He pointed his wand at Harry. Avada Before he could finish, an orb of light appeared in front of him before sending him flying. Harry turned his head to see Tom walking down the stone steps. Quirrell used a weird spell that turned the floor into a rubber-like substance that broke his fall. Quirrell was about to cast another spell when Tom used Expulso, forcing him to dodge once again. He really hated to waste all that effort back in the forest, but letting Harry die was out of the question. He also didn't find a way to spin it off where he had the upper hand, since if he revealed himself, he would be put into a passive position, and Harry would know he had some dealings with Voldemort. Harry, being Harry, would snitch to Dumbledore, and that would not end well. But he didn't regret spending the time to talk to Voldemort, since having a backup plan ensured a way out. Having something to fall back on would allow him to stall for time while he thought of a solution. He turned his head towards Harry, who was still laying on the floor like an idiot. "Are you going to simply sit on your ass, Harry?" he asked in annoyance. Harry snapped out of his stupor and stood up laboriously. He freed himself from the loose rope and stared at the kneeling Quirrell. Quirrell wasn't able to finish before Reducto came flying towards him. He dodged to the side and ran towards Harry. He shot out a green beam of light that startled Tom. Forced to dodge, he didn't have a choice but to separate from Harry. As he landed, he saw Quirrell kicking Harry in the stomach, which threw him to the ground. "Now, let's try that again, Avada." Another attack was sent towards Quirrell's direction by Tom. Quirrell, being interrupted yet again, quickly dodged, but suddenly saw an odd scene. The attack landed on Harry instead, sending him flying through the air. Upon landing, he was knocked out cold due to hitting his head. Tom sighed in relief. Finally, he was free to let loose for a while. Suddenly, the air around Tom began to change, as if another person had descended in his body. He stopped pretending, he stopped holding back. "I had strings, but now I'm free," he said slowly and with a smile. "I did hope you'd last long enough for me to have my fun, but seeing how frail you are, I think it will not be possible," he lamented while shaking his head. "At the very least, do entertain me for a few rounds," said Tom, stretching his neck as the temperature began to rise. With every step he took, a depression was made where molten pieces of stone could be seen in the shape of footprints. "All that power, and look where it got you. Disappointing," he said as his voice began to get deeper and more sinister. It was clear he wasn't talking to Quirrell. His eyes changed from bright blue to a blood red. His hands released smoke as they lit up with black flames. What are you?" Quirrell said, stuttering again as he took a step back. Even Voldemort was silent. "Me, pest control. I heard fire is most effective on bugs," Tom said mockingly. He waved his arm upwards, causing a slash-like figure to form from black flames which burst outwards in Quirrell's direction. He tried to dodge and was successful, but landed forcefully on the ground. Quirrell got up with a grunt and sent an Avada towards Tom, only for it to be dodged with slight effort. Tom didn't say anything and continued to walk at a steady pace, inching forward towards Quirrell with every passing second. There was only so much room left before they would be face to face. "This isn't supposed to end like this. What are you? Who are you really?" Quirrell yelled hysterically as he backed up continuously while sending all kinds of attack spells towards Tom. Tom easily blocked them by using the different types of Pratico spells he had learned. Sometimes they reflected back in random directions, sometimes they landed accurately, forcing Quirrell to dodge once again. "There is no point in telling a dead man," he said monotonously before stretching his hand out in front of him. A massive wave of black fire spread out in a fan-like shape towards Quirrell. An aged voice could be suddenly heard chanting something before Quirrell disappeared and reappeared next to Harry. Quirrell, upon landing, kneeled on the ground, panting heavily. "Grab the stone. Now!" yelled Voldemort hurriedly. As Quirrell attempted to reach his hand out, a demonic voice could be heard. "There is no escape from me. said the voice from behind Quirrel. Voldemort stared into Tom's bloody red eyes. He felt the hatred and the power behind that gaze. It was like a beast was staring at him hungrily. It was a puzzling feeling. He didn't know why he felt like that. But for the first time in his life, he felt like prey. Tom grabbed Quirrel's shoulder and lifted him up before throwing him effortlessly across the room, smashing into a wall. Spiderweb-like cracks spread all over the stone wall, as Quirrel's disfigured form could be barely made out amongst the rubble. Tom walked towards him before stumbling and falling to one knee. "Don't push yourself, you're overdrafting my power. Reel it in, you will have your chance later," warned Drac as he observed Tom's condition. Tom nodded slightly, but the red light coming from his eyes shone even brighter. Tom got up again as if nothing happened and made his way towards Harry. He chucked the unconscious boy's body over his shoulder and walked towards the immobile Quirrel who was struggling to move. "A carceress," Tom spoke. It was to avoid any accidents from occurring. Quirrel, who was now tied by thick ropes, wasn't able to move his arms and was therefore unable to cast any magic. "Expelliarmus," he cast right after. "You could never be too careful." "What are you planning to do?" asked Voldemort with a frown. His face was fine since Quirrel had his embedded into the stone. "Don't tell me you forgot already? The sacrificial spell that got you killed all those years ago," he answered with a mocking smile. Voldemort's face contorted to the extreme as he glared viciously at Tom. "How do you know such a thing?" he yelled demandingly. "You are in no place to be asking questions, let alone in such a tone," Tom reprimanded with the same mocking smile. He lowered Harry and grabbed his left wrist before placing it on Quirrel's left arm. It began to blister as the muffled, pain-stricken wails of Quirrel could be heard from within the stone wall. The left arm began to turn gray, and before long, it was reduced to ash which fell to the floor softly like snowflakes. Tom approached Voldemort's face and stood 20 centimeters away. "Till next time," he said with a smile before bringing Harry's hand parallel Voldemort's face. As soon as it made contact, the screams of pain could be heard from Quirrel, while the furious yells could be heard from Voldemort as his red eyes stared at Tom's smiling face from between the gaps in Harry's fingers. "Ah!" Quirrel's screams were getting louder and louder as he struggled tremendously in the ropes. Voldemort was quiet as he stared at Tom. "I will make sure to get you for this, Thomas, you and Lucius," he hissed through his clenched teeth with much effort. Tom took Harry's hand off of Voldemort's face for a moment as he began to laugh. "PFFFD. You're still believing the words I said to you?" Tom asked as he laughed loudly. Voldemort was stunned for a moment before he was struck with a realization. "You lied?" he bellowed. Tom nodded. "It seems you're not so dense after all. But it was such a shame, I never did anything with it. But what can you do? It was better than having no backup plan." He shrugged. "But then, how did you manage to send that letter to the Ministry?" he asked between gritted teeth. "Oh, that? I'll tell you since it's of no consequence. It was easy. I just used Imperio on that Dumbestraco, making him write a letter to his father. Lucius, being the oh-so-loyal dog that he is, did what was asked of him. You got what you wanted, which was an opening, and I kept my cover. Any more questions? Because if not, I'll be searing your face off now," he said with a smile. Voldemort was shocked at what he heard. He was thoroughly played. "Why stay in the light? The dark side has cough asterisk the dark side, my side, has a lot to offer, anything you wish for. I need a smart person like yourself by my side. There is still time to fix this," he said in a last-ditch attempt to convince Tom. "As tempting as your offer is, there is simply no reason for me to join you. I'm on my own side. As for staying in the light, that is all in your head. I am not opposed to murder if it allows me to achieve my goals. But neither do I kill senselessly like a demented lunatic. So, in a way, I'm the best of both worlds, but bound by neither, he said with shrug. Voldemort tried to say something, but his face was covered by Harry's palm. Back to the drawing board with you, old man, Tom said with a chuckle. He was cut off, however, by Quirrel's final death throes. He soon became completely gray and lost almost all his facial features. It was like he was a statue made of ash. And just like so, he collapsed inwards and fell to the ground. The ropes that once bound him tightly now fell to the ground before disappearing. Voldemort's soul apparition that looked like black smoke flew around desperately before descending into the wall and escaping quickly. Tom stood there looking at the wall with some regret. As I stared at the wall, I was deep in thought. I wish I had a way to hurt his soul, but there doesn't seem to be any apart from Avada. But if I used it on Quirrell, it would hurt Quirrell's soul, not Voldemort's. Avada was a mixture between a physical and a non-physical spell where it requires touching a target physically in order to activate, but doesn't leave any damage. At least that was what I could deduce from the books and movies. It was a weird spell since in some instances it would shatter stone, but when hitting a human there is no damage done. That brought me my current conjecture about the curse. It was irrelevant since I couldn't use it. It wasn't that I lacked the killing intent for it, but that it had a negative effect on the body of the individual. Well, a negative effect when used by a growing child. That was why Dumbledore had Snape kill him instead of Draco. Using such a spell can prove to have a serious effect on the soul. I didn't feel like doing that to myself when I don't know what price I need to pay. It wasn't like there weren't a million other ways to kill him. I just needed to bide my time. I walked towards Harry with a limp before kneeling beside him. I reached into his pocket and grabbed the stone that sat there quietly. I stared at the object Voldemort wanted so badly. The red luster made it incredibly appealing, very beautiful to stare at, as if it belonged on the neck of a fair-skinned beauty. I had many hypotheses about the stone. It was said that it could turn basic metals into gold, cool enough on its own, but it could also grant immortality to the user. Nicholas Flamel was a perfect example, although not a very suitable form of immortality since you become brittle, as if a light breeze would shatter you into a million pieces. But immortality it gave, nonetheless. What it didn't mention, however, was a way to give others life once they are dead or give others a body. It seems that was what caught Dumbledore's attention to the stone all those years ago. And it was the secret that in turn attracted Voldemort. I had the suspicion that Aurelius Dumbledore, formerly known as Credence Barebone, was a product of such an experiment. In an attempt to resurrect his dead sister, Dumbledore created Aurelius. What I think happened was that Dumbledore kept Ariana's Obscurus, which was proven possible due to Newt Scamander having kept one in that illegal suitcase of his. Following this train of thought, Dumbledore, who was distraught after the death of Ariana, got in touch with Flamel to see if they could use the stone on the Obscurus. That would explain why Credence was able to survive after blowing up, seemingly able to control the power. But instead of resurrecting Ariana, Dumbledore and Flamel ended up creating a new life. Realizing that this was beyond their area of expertise, Dumbledore made the most irresponsible decision he could make. Send Aurelius overseas and let him live amongst muggles. I didn't see it as something beneath Dumbledore since he proved to do just that with Harry. Sure, the circumstances were different but the idea was the same. All this proves is that there is some way to give a body to something or someone using the stone. If my conjecture proves true, then that was what Voldemort was going for. I guess he might have been banking off of the fact that a soul was present which would allow him to reside in the new body without being pushed out. Since Ariana's soul wasn't present and the Obscurus used the stone, it was rational to think that Ariana wouldn't come back. Her soul didn't reside in the Obscurus after all. It was a separate entity. I couldn't think any further as my vision began to blur and before long it faded into total darkness. When I awoke, I found myself atop a comfortable bed with a bright light shining down from the windows. It wasn't long before I came to myself and heard the talking of two people. Harry and Dumbledore. Lovely afternoon, isn't it, Harry? Asked Dumbledore as he looked out the window. Harry's originally calm face contorted with worry as he attempted to sit up only to wince in pain. Sir, the stone. It was Quirrell. He was the one who attempted to steal the stone. He must have asked. His voice faded fast as he saw Dumbledore's hand rise up. What about me, you stupid dumbass? I literally saved you fucking life. I cursed in my head as I heard his words. Ungrateful bastard. Calm yourself, Harry, my boy. You are a little behind the times, he said before looking at me from the corner of his eye. I only grinned slightly before pretending to sleep. Quirrell does not have to stone, he said slowly and confidently. But Harry sounded hesitant, as if finding it hard to believe. Harry, relax, or Madame Pomfrey will kill us all, said Dumbledore with a chuckle. I opened my eyes when he said that. It did in fact look like the infirmary. I looked over at the nightstand that was next to my bed only to see a thick book on it. It was puzzling, but upon turning my head to see Harry's I couldn't help but frown. His was covered in sweets. It seems being an inept idiot earned more brownie points from the masses. It really was the upside down. Only here in a magical high school would others look down on you for being smart. Tokens of your friends and admirers, said Dumbledore with a smile. I almost choked at his words. Who in their right mind would admire him? He did jack shit the entire time. The only he did was taste Quirrell's shoelaces. The injustice. What happened down in the dungeons between you and Professor Quirrell is not a complete secret, so, naturally, the whole school knows. I believe your friends Mr. Fred and George Weasley were responsible for sending you a toilet seat. No doubt they thought it would amuse you, he said with a warm smile. Something caught my attention. The lack of items on my nightstand, completely ignoring my existence, can only mean that I wasn't mentioned. Sure, it was my goal, but I exhausted myself and couldn't talk to Dumbledore before I fainted. I thought seriously. Yeah, about that. That was my doing. As soon as you fell asleep, Dumbledore arrived. I quickly took over your body and explained the situation to him and excluded you from the news as a form of repayment for saving the boy's life. He readily agreed. Luckily, we have the stone, or we would be screwed on how to extort the old man. He actually traded saving Harry for excluding you from a rumor, said Drac angrily. Upon hearing that, I couldn't help but nod in admiration. Dumbledore sure knew how to turn the situation in his favor. Wait, I thought before touching my pocket only to feel the stone in it, tightly hidden in my robes. Thinking about Dumbledore's scheming nature, there is no way he would just let me have it. There's no way he actually left me a way out. No, he can't be a good person. I refuse to believe it. I thought adamantly. There must be a catch. How long have I been in here? Harry asked, awaking me from my internal argument. 3 days. Mr. Ronald Weasley will be most relieved you have come round. He has been extremely worried. But Professor, if he doesn't have the stone, he stopped. Insistent on that matter, aren't you, Harry? Asked Dumbledore with an amused expression. Okay, well, the stone. Professor Quirrell didn't manage to take it. I thank you and Mr. Knight for that. You did extremely well on your own, I must say. Harry, who seemed to have realized something, turned towards me with a surprised expression. But it didn't last long before he got downcast. I was useless, he said. Yes, exactly, I yelled, sitting up quickly before realizing what I said. I didn't mean to actually say it out loud, damn it. I looked at Harry's reproachful gaze and could only smile apologetically. Are you okay? He asked begrudgingly. It seemed that whatever good intentions about me he had died off again with what I said. Exhaustion of magic, torn muscles, but he is good as new, as you can see, Dumbledore said happily before I could answer. I see, so you got Hermione's message then? Harry asked. I arrived at Hogwarts in time when Miss Granger came looking for me. Sir, said Harry, I've been thinking even if the stone is gone, I mean, you know who. Call him Voldemort, Harry. Always use the proper name for things. Fear of a name increase fear of the thing itself. He spoke. I think you are mistaken, Professor, I interjected as I sat up on the bed. How so, young man? Asked Dumbledore with intrigue. I don't say his name not out of fear, but because it's plain idiocy to do so. After all, the taboo curse has been placed on that part of his name. I would think that a great wizard like yourself would know this. And if you do, then why advertise his name to everyone you meet? It tracks the person who says it. Very useful for let's say kill a certain someone? I said looking at Harry. He hasn't stopped saying it all year. If he was alone in the world and you know who was alive and well, poor old Harry would be chased around like a dog. I spoke. Naturally, I was talking about the time he said the name in the forest and was subsequently chased and caught before being sent to the Malfoy mansion. Dumbledore's recklessness never ceases to amaze me. Dumbledore looked at me seriously for a moment before smiling radiantly again. Even if that is the case, limiting yourself to not say his name will, whether consciously or unconsciously, develop a wariness and in most cases a subtle fear of the man inside the psyche of a person. This allows his influence to increase, my boy, he said calmly. And that will not help any of us. But you don't have to worry about it. Inside of Hogwarts you are all safe, he said confidently. I didn't really bother taking his words seriously. Such words were much more useful in front of a crowd of sheep rather than on me. After all, Sirius Black, freshly out of prison and out of his mind, was able to get in with no one being none the wiser. His words didn't hold much weight. Let's not even count the number of times he's been kicked out of the school. Safe my ass. Sir, the problem is Voldemort is going to try other ways of coming back, isn't he? I mean, he's not gone, has he? No, Harry, he is not. He is still out there somewhere, perhaps looking for another body to share. Not being truly alive, he cannot be killed. He left Quirrell to die. He shows just as little mercy to his followers as he does to his enemies. Nevertheless, Harry, while you have only delayed his return to power, it will merely take someone else who is prepared to fight what seems to be a losing battle next time. He may never truly return to power if he is delayed over and over again, he said seriously before turning his head towards me. So, Mr. Knight, would you like to explain how you managed to take down Quirrell in a certain way by yourself? Asked Dumbledore with curiosity. I flinched slightly. I needed to choose my words carefully. I began to explain my side of the story from when I met Ron all the way to when I interrupted Quirrell from killing Harry. I said that I had simply soaked myself in water and used a separation charm to spill the wall of flames. Dumbledore didn't seem to believe it, but there was no way I was telling him the truth. I then explained my fight to him, the trading of spells and the use of pratigo that I had learned from a fourth-year student. When I said that last part, Dumbledore looked at me with an odd glint in his eye. I knew he had received word of my endeavor to the ROR. But it was of no consequence as no one was harmed. I didn't mention me using my fire for obvious reasons. I said that in the process of battling, I noticed that Quirrell's right arm was slightly blistered. I mentioned that I noticed it when Quirrell kicked Harry and grazed his arm against Harry's hand. This was actually true, just that it was inconsequential to the final result. But a good way to explain how I killed him. I explained that upon tying Quirrell up with the use of Incarcerus, I used Harry's hand to burn the rest of Quirrell, effectively killing him. Dumbledore didn't question the last part as it was true. Most of it was actually, just that a bit of word manipulation here and there allowed for a watered-down version of events. "I see, you are a very observant young man, Tom," he said with a smile. "Sir," voiced Harry as he stared at his hands. "There are some other things I'd like to know, if you can tell me things I want to know the truth about," he said thoughtfully. "Ah, the truth. Such a beautiful yet also terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with the necessary caution. However, I shall answer your questions unless I have a good enough reason not to do so, in which case I beg forgiveness. I shall, of course, not lie," he said softly. Harry asked about what Voldemort said about his parents, about his mother, and their death. "Alas, the first thing you ask, I cannot tell you. Not today. Not now. You will know, one day. Put it from your mind, for now, Harry." "Okay, but you must be able to tell me why Quirrell wasn't able to touch me, right?" According to Tom, he suffered heavy damage when he did so and even ended up dying. He asked seriously. "Your mother died to save you. If there is one thing Voldemort cannot understand, it is love. He didn't realize the power of love, and that love as powerful as your mother's leaves its own mark. Not a scar, no visible sign to have been loved so deeply. Even though the person who loved us is gone, they will still give us some protection forever." Quirrell, who was full of negative emotions, and sharing his body with a being as evil as Voldemort, found it agonizing to touch you. To touch something so pure of heart. He spoke. "Professor, it seems you're quite muddle-headed today," I said seriously. Sure, there was truth in what he said, but love by itself is meaningless. It is worth nothing. "Something wrong with what I said?" asked Dumbledore. "The way you put things is the issue. You're confusing the facts," I said while shaking my head. "What?" asked Harry as he looked back and forth between me and Dumbledore. "Mr. Knight, can you explain what love is to you?" he asked as he looked at me with the same warm smile. "I believe that my meaning of love and the meaning it has towards magic are two separate things. It is of no concern or importance what love means to me personally, but since we are talking about what love means in magic, what it signifies, then I find it quite relevant. Love in a sense acts as a barrier, a stopper of sorts, especially when it concerns dark magic, considering people lose their ability to love when they fall deep enough under the dark arts. But the same love could stop them from losing their basic sanity. You could say that love is a double-edged sword. It can bring you power, but it can also weaken and even cripple you." Harry was silently listening to the side, while Dumbledore questioned, "Weaken? Cripple?" "Yes, love is a fickle thing. If you feel love, you can use it to train you magic, fuel it, make it more powerful. It allows you to build allies, family, friends, so, even when you're weak, you're stronger together." I paused. "Well said." Dumbledore nodded contently with a smile. "I only wish more wizards like you appeared, that more people held such a—" Don't get me wrong, I disdain such an approach. I believe that when you are powerful enough, such trivial concepts become irrelevant. 10,000 ants cannot beat an elephant. When it comes down to the wire, I wouldn't want to rely upon others to reach my goal. Friends, family, allies, they are simply sentimental attachments that only serve to chain you up and drown you. Yet, after saying all these words, I am guilty of being tied down by this very notion. Such is the irony, I said mockingly. Like I said before, a double-edged sword, wherever there are benefits, there must also be drawbacks. In this case, the lives of our loved ones. I said simply. Dumbledore looked at me deeply for a long time before sighing. "Mr. Knight, you have proven time and time again that you are one of the most talented people I have seen, but it seems you are plagued with doubt. You contradict yourself. I just hope, whatever inner demon you are facing, doesn't stop you from feeling love. You should know perfectly well what that can do to a person," he said meaningfully. His words seemed, for the first time, to have struck a chord in me. It seemed I had to work on myself a lot more than I had thought. I do hope to see you in my office for a cup of tea and sherbet lemons, he said with a smile. I nodded silently. There was a lot to talk about. Mostly the stone, about how I actually defeated Voldemort, and most importantly, about the benefits I would gain from all of this. It seemed I would be there for a while. Harry and Dumbledore started talking about the mirror and how Harry managed to get the stone, which I didn't pay attention to. There was no mystery. Anyone with half a brain can figure it out. Okay, maybe not half, but a small complete one was enough for sure. Dumbledore got up but didn't forget to take one of Betty Bott's every flavor of beans. He naturally got earwax, which didn't fail to make me chuckle slightly. He then walked out of the infirmary, leaving me and Harry all alone. Thank you, Tom, said Harry as he looked at me. I laughed slightly. Don't overthink things, Harry. Humans are greedy and manipulative. There was an opportunity to get something from helping you, so I therefore took it. Simple as that, I said while waving it off. Harry seemed to be confused, but I didn't bother to explain. There was no point in telling a chicken that the only reason it's alive is to lay eggs. Tom, what did you mean about love magic? How was it used in my case? He asked curiously. Some spells need the user to meet a certain set of requirements for it to be active. In your case, well, I guess your mother met all the conditions and used the spell, essentially protecting you from complete harm. Those conditions being my mother's death, said Harry with a downcast look. Right. I nodded. There was an awkward silence in the room, which I took as a cue to do my own thing. I reached out to get the book on the nightstand. As soon as I touched the book, I heard voices from the door. Just 5 minutes, please. Absolutely not. But you let Professor Dumbledore in. Well, that's natural. He is the headmaster, of course. It is completely different to letting a bunch of reckless students in. They need rest, not screams. But Professor McGonagall said that they were awake. Please, Madame Pomfrey. Oh, very well then, but only 5 minutes and not a second longer. As soon as she said that, Hermione and Ron rushed in. Harry, yelled Ron as he rushed to Harry's side. Tom, yelled Hermione as she rushed to my side with a half-teary, half-angry expression. She didn't stop when I thought she would and continued before jumping onto the bed and landing on me before wrapping her arms around my neck. She was like that for a little while before Madame Pomfrey saw it and immediately threatened to kick her out if she continued. For once, I was happy about Madame Pomfrey's decision. Hermione was crushing me with her hug. She soon composed herself and looked at me angrily. It seems that you took it upon yourself to be a hero, she said strictly and with annoyance before punching my arm hard. This mood swing was not normal. That was some wrecking ball type swings. Oh, I groaned while rubbing my arm. My muscles had been strained to the limit, and here she is, punching me like a brute. You know I'm injured, yet you still punch? HMPH. I don't see anyone complaining but you, she said with a smile. I looked at Harry and Ron, who were off to the side smiling as they enjoyed the show. But as soon as they saw me looking at them, they flinched and turned away. I turned back to see Hermione patting my arm softly. It seemed that she was a little bit guilty. She then proceeded to hug me again, but much softer. Stupid idiot, running off like that. She murmured on my shoulder. I only smiled and silently patted her head with the only arm that wasn't numb. It didn't last long though, as the hug turned murderously tight again. Can't breath, please let go, I said laboriously as I patted her back with as much force as I could muster. She seemed to realize what she was doing and let go with an apologetic smile. The whole school is talking about the incident, Harry. But there is no mention of Tom anywhere. Did you even help? Or did you faint and chuck all the responsibility onto Harry's shoulders? he asked as he looked over at me with anger building up with every word he said. I couldn't help but laugh. I laughed so hard my ribs hurt. I looked over at Harry as I wiped my tears and saw his extremely gloomy face. What? Asked Ron with annoyance only to freeze when he saw Harry's face. Ron, please stop talking, said Harry with a depressed voice. What happened? What did I say? Was I right? Did he make you handle it all by yourself because he fainted? I knew it, he said adamantly. Ron, the person who was useless wasn't him, it was me, he said as his voice got lower. He saved me, he said. Ron was shocked when he heard that and finally realized what he said. He then spent the next 10 minutes saying sorry to Harry while never even apologizing for what he said to me. Hermione was giggling happily at Ron's misfortune and seemed to forget about lecturing me. Anyway, back to the matter at hand, they have the right to know. After all, it concerned the lives of everyone at school, I said, catching everyone's attention. Harry nodded seriously at my words. Harry explained his conversation with Quirrell, the mirror, and his final goal. I just sat there listening. Hermione squealed when she heard that there was a face stuffed underneath Quirrell's turban. And even more so when she found out it was Voldemort's. So, the stone is gone? Ron asked. I don't know actually. All I know is that according to Dumbledore, Voldemort doesn't have it. That is all that matters, he said, sighing slightly. Hermione looked at me from the corner of her eye, which stunned me for a moment. There is no way that she would know that I took it, would she? But I was destined to be wrong. She leaned her face in until she was right next to my ear. You better explain this to me when we are alone, mister, she said with a stern gaze. How did you know? I asked. She blushed slightly. I felt it when I went in to hug you, she explained. I couldn't help but stare at her with my mouth hanging open. It turned out it wasn't due to some kind of genius Sherlock Holmes-level detective skills, it was simply by accident. Sometimes I curse my bad luck. So, is he still alive then, you know who that is? Ron asked, still remaining objective and oblivious to our little conversation. Yes, Dumbledore explained that he will probably try to live on the same way he did with Quirrell, by becoming a parasite within another's body, I said simply. Naturally, that wasn't right either. He would later make a body using a concoction Voldemort came up with himself. By mixing Nagina's venom with unicorn blood, he was able to give himself that I took over a fetus look. There was silence before Harry asked what happened on Hermione's end. As soon as I got out of the 3rd floor, I ran towards the owlery to contact Dumbledore only to encounter him at the entrance hall. He already knew. He just said, Harry's gone after him, hasn't he? And disappeared off towards the 3rd floor. Do you think that maybe he meant for you to go there, Harry? Asked Ron in a rare instance of great observation. I was surprised that the question came from him and not Hermione. After all, we got there with your father's cloak. The cloak he gave you, he continued. Well, Hermione stood up and looked slightly angry. If he did, and I mean if, then that would be terrible. Either one of you could have been killed, she said, half shouting. No, I don't think it's to that degree, Hermione, said Harry with a thoughtful expression. Dumbledore, he is a funny man. I think this might have been his little test for me. Maybe he wanted to give me a chance. I think he knew about Quirrell from the beginning and had everything under control, and instead of stopping us, he taught us just enough to help. I don't think it was an accident he let me find out about how the mirror works. It's almost like he thought I had the right to face Voldemort if I could. Well, in that case, it proved you didn't have what it takes. If me and Tom hadn't come with you, you wouldn't have even gotten past the first trap, let alone all the others, said Hermione. Harry was downcast after hearing her words. I agreed completely. It wasn't a problem since Quirrell would never get the stone to begin with. but it did serve to illustrate their lack of competence. Anyway, enough of this. Listen, you've got to be up for the end of year feast tomorrow. The points are all in and Ravenclaw won, said Ron, his face sour and grim. You missed the last Quidditch game. We were no match without our seeker, he lamented. Just then, Madame Pomfrey burst through the doors. I thought you would leave after the stipulated time. And here I thought you were decent students, especially you Hermione, she said angrily. Out. Now, she yelled, ushering both Ron and Hermione out the door. The next day I was awoken to the sound of footsteps. I tried to open my eyes only to be blinded by the rays of sunlight shining through the windows. Professor Dumbledore says that you two are allowed to leave, said an aged female voice. I covered my eyes and adjusted to the sunlight and saw Madame Pomfrey from between the gaps in my fingers. I nodded stiffly and sat up on the bed before searching for my clothes. I found them cleanly piled on top of the nightstand where the thick book Hermione used to read was. It seemed that Hermione had visited me a couple of times during the 3 days I was out. The funny thing was the stone was still there in the pocket of my cloak, as if no one cared about it. Seems Dumbledore asked Madame Pomfrey to be oblivious to it. Or maybe the nurse just didn't know what it was. Madame Pomfrey didn't stay much longer and left to do her work. Me and Harry soon got dressed and walked out of the infirmary. We soon split ways though, since I still had to go visit Professor Dumbledore's office. I didn't exactly know where it was, so I had to search for Professor McGonagall and ask her where the office was located. She seemed surprised to see me in her office and welcomed me in warmly. It is a pleasure to see you healthy and well, Mr. Knight. I can only thank you for your service, she said seriously. I was surprised by her change in attitude towards me, but I took it as an opportunity for a clean slate. We talked about what happened briefly before mentioning Dumbledore's office. Ah yes, it is located on the 7th floor. Well, due to the ever-changing floor plan, it sometimes appears on the 2nd floor. A tricky thing if you ask me, she said with a soft chuckle. It was the first time I think I have ever seen the professor laugh, even in the books and movies. I think I just made history today. I walked out of her classroom a little while later and headed towards the office entrance, which according to McGonagall was currently located on the 7th floor. I took my time making it towards Dumbledore's office since I need to arrange my thoughts properly. Dumbledore was a sneaky old man that was not afraid of extorting me. Therefore, I couldn't back down at all and needed to be confident, or at least act confident at all times. I'll bluff if I have to. I approached the tower that connected to the 7th floor and before long stood in front of a stone gargoyle. It wasn't a stretch to say that the gargoyle guarded the entrance. I was in no mood to test out the efficiency of removing intruders. Professor McGonagall had already informed me of the password, which I wouldn't have needed anyway. The movies and books gave me the answer. I approached it slowly and looked at its face calmly before talking. "Sherbet lemon," I said slowly. The gargoyle looked down at me slowly before returning to its normal look and began to slide back before twisting and rising. A spiral stone staircase appeared as if following after the gargoyle. It was a cool contraption. It made me want to know the spell even more now. I walked up the stone steps slowly. There wasn't much to look at anyway. It was empty and there were only some torches on the wall that illuminated the otherwise dark elevator shaft. What would you call this little place? There was some moss growing in between the large stone slabs embedded into the wall, which gave the corridor, if that was the right word, a humid feel, which made it quite nice. It didn't take long before I arrived at a wooden door with metal strips running vertically along with the wooden panels. The door seemed just as old as the others, and before I even knocked it slid open as if it had a sentience of its own. Honestly, I wouldn't be so surprised if it did. Barely anything seemed to surprise me much these days. I was desensitized due to all the weird shit here. As I walked into the headmaster's office, I couldn't help but marvel at it. It was a large and beautiful circular room, full of funny little noises. A number of curious silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables, whirring and emitting little puffs of smoke. The walls were covered with portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom were snoozing gently in their frames. The portrait of the immediate predecessor of the current headmaster or headmistress hung behind the head's desk. It was suggested that this was the largest of the paintings in the room, which, in turn, suggested that the paintings shrank by some degree once it was no longer the portrait of the immediate predecessor of the current headmaster or headmistress. It should be noted that despite Severus Snape being headmaster and having access to the office, he did not have a portrait. Eventually, one was installed in tribute to his brave deeds after Voldemort's ultimate defeat. There was also an enormous, claw-footed desk, and, sitting on a shelf behind it, a shabby, tainted wizard's hat. I had to say, it looked nice and inviting. Things were placed in a sort of neat and tidiness. It also needed to be mentioned that compared to other teachers' rooms, the headmaster's was by far the most interesting. I walked over towards the hat, which seemed to have noticed me as well. "Oh, well, if it isn't you, boy. What? You're not here to eat my soul, are you?" he said half-jokingly, half-seriously. I smiled slightly. "No, you're safe from that tragic fate. I am happy enough in the house I was put in," I said before walking away. There wasn't anything I needed to talk to the hat about. It wasn't like I could learn others' secrets anyway. I soon walked up a couple of steps leading straight to Dumbledore's desk and saw Fawkes perched on a wooden stand. It was a majestic red and orange phoenix. But what stunned me was that Fawkes flew up and landed on my shoulder. "What do we have here? Who knew that a Pendragon arrived at the school after so long?" said a rough male voice in my head. I was shocked and snapped my head towards the bird on my shoulder. "How are you able to do that? And what do you mean by what you said? Have you been around for that long in the school?" I bombarded the bird with questions. "Well, I can do this because I am a phoenix. Not all of my abilities are known to others. I seldom show this power. Even Dumbledore doesn't know." It paused. "Then why me?" I asked. "Because you are a Pendragon, and because that detestable dragon is inside of you," it said with a loathing tone. "Who the hell are you calling detestable, you fire chicken?" Drax spat with annoyance. "Fire chicken? Why you dare to call me that?" said Fawkes with so much anger I could even feel it. I sighed. It was getting crowded in my head. "Listen, both of you, stop arguing." "Drac, cut it out, Fawkes, continue please," I said, putting an end to their squabbling. Fine, this isn't over, chicken," said Drac reluctantly. "Whatever, anyway, as I was saying, it is not a matter of being here constantly. I'm connected to the Dumbledore family for generations. That does not mean I don't have my free time. I just so happened to be here when another family member of yours arrived here. He was much less talented than you are, though. But he still did his thing," Fawkes concluded with a nonchalant attitude. "I see, well that explains it," I said while shrugging my shoulders. Before I could continue with my conversation, though, an aged voice was heard off to the side. "Beautiful, isn't he? Although I'm surprised that he decided to be so intimate. He hasn't done that with anyone ever," Dumbledore said with a smile. "I guess it goes on to further prove just how extraordinary you are," he said before sitting down at his desk. Fawkes flapped his wings and flew back to its perch before getting comfortable. "His name is Fawkes, by the way," he said as if remembering something. "Yes, he is a magnificent bird." I paused and looked at Fawkes deeply with a smile. I then turned my head towards the massive bookcase. "Impressive collection of books you have here," I said as I looked at them greedily. "There should be some juicy stuff tucked away and hidden in here." "Oh, If you like it that much, you should come here and read whenever you have time, he said with a cunning smile. I was about to accept when Fox stopped me. Don't. If you want to make a deal with him, you can't receive anything for free. He will easily use this for the stone, he said quickly. I was surprised but did my best to hide it. Who knew Dumbledore was already laying it on thick? If it wasn't for Fox, I would be screwed. Drac, why aren't you this helpful? I complained jokingly. HMPH. It was because I couldn't open my mouth fast enough. The fire chicken beat me to it, he tried to justify himself. I knew he didn't even think about it. Thank you, Fox, I said warmly before looking at Dumbledore calmly. No thank you, Professor, it is not necessary, I said with an innocent smile. Dumbledore was good at hiding his disappointment, but the small twitch of his lips gave it away. Oh, where are my manners? Please take a seat, will you? He said, stretching his hand out, which pointed at the chair opposite him. It was extremely comfortable to sit on. It reminded me of the spell they use on broomsticks so that it is actually as comfortable as sitting on a couch. Very useful. Would you like some tea? He asked. If you'd be so kind, I responded. Tea was a great way to relax and have a long and productive chat. He didn't take long to serve the tea and handed it to me with a little ceramic plate as well. It was hot and sweet as it warmed up my mouth. Let's get straight to the point, shall we? I said while putting my cup back on my side of his desk. We can, he said calmly. I nodded and took out the stone and laid it on the desk. The red luster burst out radiantly. It's really an interesting and curious object, isn't it? He said calmly while taking a sip of his tea, having no intention of taking it. I guess you could say so. I mean, it seems to be able to do more than it leads people to believe, I said slowly. Oh, do tell Mr. Knight, he said curiously. I don't think this should come as a surprise to you, but it seems that stone has a way of giving people a body. Otherwise, why would Voldemort search for it so fervently? I spoke. Why do you think this doesn't come as a surprise to me? He asked with the same curious expression. I sighed. It seems he was playing dumb. Aurelius, I said simply. But the reaction I got was beyond anything I could have imagined. He burst into laughter, so loud and abrupt that it shocked me. Even Fox looked at him in confusion. Mr. Knight, I must say, the things you know seem to not correlate with your age or background. May I know as to where you got this information from? He asked with an amused expression. I decided to continue. Just a conjecture of mine. Knowing your history and character to an extent, I can deduce that this is something you would do. What exactly did I do and why? He asked. You kept your sister's obscurus and tried to use the stone on it. I'm baffled as to why you would think Ariana would come back, but I can't blame you for trying. As for what became of the result, well, you and me both know how that ended. I said simply. What a marvelous hypothesis. I don't understand why or how you know of this, and I won't ask you to reveal it either. I cannot and will not attempt to read your mind again, not only because I can't, but as a show of faith and goodwill. After all, if I wanted to know so badly, there is little you can do against Veritaserum, he said with a smile before looking at my tea. It seemed he had it all thought out. I stared at my tea with a small trace of fear. I had actually been so naive. If he really did go through with it, would I have spilled all my secrets? I asked myself. No, I would have stopped your body from doing so, and I'm sure Fox would have done something as well. There are certain things some people shouldn't know. Plus, when you reach a high enough level in occlumency, you can resist the potion's effects. He concluded. I was slightly relieved at his words, but I realized I was still too green. Yes, well, that might have very well been a game changer, Professor. I nodded in acknowledgement. Well, then doesn't that prove my goodwill? He asked with a smile. I nodded again. It seemed so. As for your hypothesis, well, let's just say that I was at my lowest and decided to give it one last try. It seemed I had made things worse instead. Well, I guess it depends on who you ask really. As for Voldemort, he must have found out about it some way or another. That is the downside of being in the light. It is hard to get rid of loose ends, he said with a chuckle. I was shocked at his answer. Who knew he would be this open and regretful about not killing a bunch of loose ends? Though, the way I see it, he is able to say all of this since it's in both of our best interests for this conversation to remain in this room. There was a silence that permeated the study for a moment. We only drank our tea quietly before I decided to continue. Why? I suddenly said without context. Why? He asked back. Why didn't you take the stone when you had the chance? I had fainted, and even now, the stone is right there, but you refuse to take it. I said with slight puzzlement. That was the part I didn't understand. Sure, I could have taken the stone off you on many occasions, but it isn't a stretch to say that I wanted to see what you would do. I must say, you never cease to surprise me. The things you know, how you act, and the things you have accomplished all in 1 year are fascinating. That is why. Nothing more, nothing less, he said calmly. But I am surprised that you're giving it to me so easily. Don't you want it? After all, you must have taken it for a reason, right? He said curiously. I smiled slightly when he mentioned that. You're correct, I did take it for a reason, but I do not want the stone. It is of no use to me apart from making me rich, which I have no issue doing by myself, I said calmly. Dumbledore perked up when he heard that and sat up a little straighter. Oh, continue, what is it you wanted with the stone? He asked. A negotiation of sorts. I wish for something, and in return, you can save your friend's life. Simple stuff, right? I said with a grin. Dumbledore's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he looked at me. And what is it you want? He asked. Knowledge. I wish for knowledge, Professor. Should be something you can provide, right? I asked. He looked at me and then at the books on his shelf before nodding slowly. I do not wish for only access to these books, no, I want full access to the forbidden section for me and Hermione, I said adamantly. This isn't much of a negotiation if there's no bargaining, he said with a stiff smile. Oh, sorry, did I say negotiation? I meant extortion. Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly as he looked at me. He sat there quietly for a moment before shaking his head. No, that won't do. There are things in the forbidden section children your age shouldn't have access to. But I can make an exception if it's only you. Granger can't come. You must also forfeit your right to come here and read my books, he said after a bit of thought. I knew that this was fine if it was just me since that was my goal. But thinking about Hermione and her incessant nagging, I simply didn't want to deal with it. Plus, in a sense she was helpful. 2 people can cover more ground than 1. Professor, I wonder how much pressure I would have to exert in order to break this stone? I said while looking at it as it lay on the desk. Dumbledore looked puzzled but still smiled slightly. I do not think it will be possible, he said confidently. He would be right if it was anyone else. I was sure it would be incredibly tough to break, but I had Drac. Why don't we try it then? I said before stretching my hand out and grabbing it. Dumbledore looked on intently with intrigue. I simply looked at it before clenching my fist, burying it inside. I clenched tighter and began to use Drac's power and concentrated it all on my forearm and fingers. Soon, a small cracking noise could be heard and Dumbledore slightly flinched. That is enough. I didn't think you could manage it. It seems I was mistaken. Let me see, I can give you and Granger a pass for 2 years into the forbidden section. That means next year and the year after. But you will still have to forfeit reading my books, he said while rubbing his forehead. I smiled happily and accepted. Next year I would be able to extort him for more. I think I got a winning bargain. He didn't get anything, and I got half a library full of incredibly useful knowledge. Very well, I will tell Madam Pince to expect you and Granger there next year, he said reluctantly. Pleasure doing business with you. Business is when both parties benefit, he said helplessly. Oh, whatever could you mean, Professor? Did I not perhaps save Potter from certain death due to your miscalculation? Did I not perhaps save everyone from Voldemort's return after he got the stone from Potter's dead corpse? I think you earned a lot here. If anything, I came out with a losing bargain, I said with fake disappointment. Maybe we should discuss our arrangement again? I asked. No, that won't be necessary. It is all fair, he said with a stiff smile. I ran out of tea, and he soon filled it up for me again. Now, moving on to the second topic, I would like to ask you, Tom, what do you think of Harry? He said as he poured the tea. I was surprised at his question but answered truthfully. Ignorant, naive, low self-esteem, incredibly dependent, and has little to no motivation towards school. I evaluated. Dumbledore was surprised that I had just spat that out as if I was ready for the question all along. What can I say? I'm stuck in his class all year. You evaluate everyone, I said with a helpless shrug. Cough you seem to know him well. I plan to let the Gryffindor house when he paused. To boost Harry's confidence, I assume? I asked. Correct, but because of our little chat before you fainted, I cannot give you any points. I plan to award Longbottom, Granger, Weasley, and Harry for their efforts. You're not regretting it, are you? If you are, you can simply take the fame and I will take back the passes, he said excitedly as if he was about to go do that this moment. No, that is not the case, I said as my lips twitched uncontrollably. This was not what I expected from Dumbledore. He didn't try to hide his disappointment but cheered up anyway. Professor, can you tell me why you manipulated the snitch in Harry's first game? I asked suddenly with a grin. His face froze as he looked at me in surprise. I did not think anyone caught that. Well, I can't expect much less from you, he said, trying to move away from the conversation. Well, I would be happy to hammer down on Harry's ineptitude and lecture him about why he's not adequate, which would ruin the little scheme you're concocting if you don't add something to the table. You know, it's only fair that way. What do you want? He said with a tired expression. Not much, just access to your books, I said, pointing at the massive collection on the bookcases. Dumbledore looked at me with a helpless expression before nodding. I smiled happily and got up, but stopped suddenly. I swear I saw Dumbledore flinch. Yes, Tom? Anything else? He asked cautiously. I was just wondering, why go through all this trouble when you could directly strong-arm the decision and call the shots at the feast tonight? I could see the relief on his face when I said that. I wondered what I missed during the year to make him have such a reaction. Slightly disappointed at the missed opportunity, but what could I do? Well, if I do so, Professor Snape would be very angry and the other students are very hard to handle themselves, and since I am a headmaster, I need to be fair to all students, he said. Even if you use tricks? I smiled. Yes, even if I have to use tricks, he replied. I smiled in understanding. We both shared a brief laugh before I proceeded towards the door. You know, Tom, you remind me of someone, said Dumbledore suddenly. I stopped in my tracks when I heard him say that. I turned around and looked at him with curiosity. Oh, really? Can I ask who? A very old friend of mine, he responded, seeming as if the question brought back certain memories. Who do you think it is? I asked. Huh. Well, it seems I was right to pick that person after all, said Drac. What do you mean? The person I suspect he is talking about is the same person I will take you to meet, he said with a chuckle. Can't you just tell me? Don't bother about it, you will know when you need to know, he said. I didn't bother to ask further. Whoever it was, I'm eager to meet them if both Drac and Dumbledore see a resemblance of them in me. Odd fellows these old people are. I best be on my way then, Professor. I hope we have such fruitful discussions in the years to follow, I said meaningfully before walking out the door. I didn't wait for his reply and descended the same spiral staircase and past the gargoyle statue before heading to the common room. My oh my, that boy is a handful, said Dumbledore as he rubbed his temples. Who would have known he was so perceptive? And to think he was able to extort everything he wanted from me in the end. My, how the mighty have fallen, he mumbled with a self-deprecating smile. I wonder what he meant by having more of such discussions. If it was up to me, I wouldn't want to negotiate with him ever again. He stood up and walked towards the second floor via the stairs and looked out into the lake where a massive squid could be seen splashing around. Ah, I wonder how you're doing, my old friend, he whispered with a complicated gaze. Far into the distance in a remote part of Austria-Europe, a massive stone structure could be seen. Naturally, it was hidden from sight due to enchantments. On the entrance, a set of distinctive words were engraved. And on the topmost floor, an old man sat silently hunched over with his head bowed. But for some odd reason, he sprang to life and jolted his head upwards. He looked into the expanse of clouds that frolicked in the sky happily. My oh my, who could be thinking of me at this time? He asked with a slight smile. His short, messy white hair and tattered clothes gave him a homeless vibe. His single, oddly white eye stared into the open sky questioningly before a butterfly flew into the room. He stretched his hand out to support the butterfly, only for it to get zapped by lightning out of nowhere. He smiled before it slowly receded until only his cold, emotionless, stone-like face remained. His eyes that stared out into the endless sky dimmed once again. His figure that had been filled with sudden vitality for a mere second deflated, and his hunched, desolate frame took shape once more. I quickly arrived back at the common room and was ignored like always. The only difference was everyone was huddling around like a bunch of penguins seeking warmth. They all swarmed around Harry asking questions and whatnot. I didn't fail to spot Hermione, who sat in our usual spot reading the book that previously took residence on my nightstand. A book on combat spells. It seems that my little adventure sparked some of her dormant fighting spirit. Are you still reading that book? I asked while I sat next to her. Of course, I need to be able to, she exclaimed, only realizing who asked the question halfway through her answer. She turned towards me and hugged me tightly for a moment before breaking away. I'm glad to see you are all right, she said with a happy smile. I must admit, I have grown used to her smile, except for those buck teeth. I really do wonder if she will grow into them, I thought myself while staring at her. Tom? She asked, rousing me from my odd thoughts. Yes, right, I'm all right, I said messily. She didn't seem to bother much about my response. To answer your question, I cannot simply allow you to go off doing such things on your own, Tom. Henceforth, I'll be putting much more effort into dueling and offensive spells, she said adamantly. I simply looked at her silently for a little while. I don't really get why, but I was happy to have her as a friend. I don't know why I felt so sentimental currently, but I embraced it and gave her a soft hug before getting up. Come, Hermione, the others are heading to the Great Hall for the end-of-year feast. I said, extending a hand. Hermione was frozen there for a moment with a light blush on her cheeks. Maybe I overdid it a bit, but it was better than never showing appreciation for the effort and concern others put in. Hermione snapped out of it and stared at my hand before taking it. I propped her up and followed behind the swarm of red and gold sweaters that were worn by our peers. We made our way through the crowded corridors. The great hall was incredibly boisterous and lively. There were students of all grades chatting merrily. It was a very cheerful time as the end of the school year had arrived. Exams were over and the long-awaited holidays would be all there was in sight for a long time. The only thing that slightly dulled the lively mood were the colors that hung from the ceilings. Blue and bronze draped the sides of the walls that gave a royalistic-like feel. The Ravenclaw students were the happiest bunch out of all the students. After all, they had won for the first time in 6 whole years. When we walked in, there were some stares and muffled chats, but it was all directed at Harry and not to me. Much to my pleasure. "I'm annoyed that no one knows that you were the one to save the day," said Hermione in annoyance. I put my arm around her shoulder and whispered in her ear. "I prefer it that way. I doubt you would want other people annoying us constantly and whispering about who knows what, right?" I asked calmly. Hermione nodded slightly, but her ears were slightly red. I sighed lightly and distanced myself from her and sat down in an empty chair. The whispers continued, and it didn't take long before Hermione leaned in. "I'm glad you're so wise," she said with a giggle before turning her head towards Professor Dumbledore, who had just walked in. Similar to Hermione, he caught the attention of everyone present, which stopped all the chatter in its tracks, much to the visible relief of Harry. "Another year is gone," he said cheerfully, "and I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into this delicious feast we have prepared. What a year it has been! Hopefully, your heads are a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts," he said before pausing. "Did you hear that, Ron? Maybe you'll even forget your name if you empty your head any more than it already is," I said mockingly. Ron was indignant but couldn't respond as Dumbledore continued shortly after my comment. "And, holy shit, I'm finally finished with the first year. Thank you to everyone who supported this novel. I appreciate every single one of you. From here on it changes drastically. I'm very excited to show you what I have in store. Hope you enjoyed the chapter and I wish you a good day or night wherever you are."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.